never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except never gonna lose the ones I love. Everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The mayor of Newark, New Jersey is suing one of President Trump's top lawyers over his arrest at an ICE facility last month.
Trespass is a state offense. It's not a federal offense. These guys need to find out the law before they begin running their mouth about what is right and what is wrong.
Ross Baraka filed the federal lawsuit against interim U.S. Attorney for New Jersey, Alina Habba, accusing her of defamation and false arrest.
I was cuffed, fingerprinted, took pictures of twice, once there and once in court for a classy misdemeanor, which you send summons to people for. You don't lock them up.
Baraka was taken into custody outside a ICE detention center when he and members of Congress demanded answers about the facility's conditions. He was charged with trespassing, but the case was later dropped by Habba. A federal judge criticized Habba's office for the arrest during a hearing last month, saying it suggests a worrying misstep. The White House is pointing out the immigration status of the suspect allegedly behind Sunday's fire attack on Israeli hostage advocates in Boulder, Colorado.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt noted the Egyptian man had overstayed his tourist visa.
And now, 3 years later, after coming to this country under Joe Biden's administration, he is lighting Jewish people on fire.
He went on to say this person should have been deported a long time ago. President Trump said the attack will not be tolerated in the United States of America. He added the suspect came in through Biden's ridiculous open border policy, and he must go out under Trump policy. Mark Mayfield.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is reportedly ordering the Navy to remove Harvey Milk's name from a supply ship.
A defense official confirmed the plans to military.com and said the timing during Pride Month was intentional. Milk, a pioneering gay rights advocate, served in the Navy during the Korean War, but was discharged due to his sexual orientation. He was a member of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors when he was assassinated in 1978. At the time, Milk was opposing a statewide ballot measure to fire gay teachers. I'm Dina Kodiak.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The latest trial for the so-called Doomsday Mom has been delayed. Jury selection in Phoenix was set to begin Monday in Lori Vallow Daybell's third trial.
But she told the judge again she was too sick to proceed. Final selection resumes Wednesday. He was found guilty in the same city in April for conspiring to kill her fourth husband in 2019 with the help of her brother. Vallow Daybell was convicted in Idaho in 2023 for the murder of her two young children and for conspiring to murder husband Chad Daybell's first wife. She's accused of conspiring with her late brother in the attempted murder of her ex-nephew-in-law in this latest trial. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Food and Drug Administration is updating a tomato recall in 3 southeastern states.
The agency says there's a higher possibility that salmonella contamination could lead to serious adverse health consequences or death. The FDA said that the recalled batch is no longer in stores, but the bacteria can survive for weeks in dry environments and for months if frozen. They were distributed between April 23rd and 28th in Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina under the H&C Farms label. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Washington State is supporting Michigan in a lawsuit against its law that prohibits conversion therapy on minors.
Conversion therapy, also called sexual orientation or gender identity change efforts, attempts to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity. The case is currently in the U.S. Court of Appeals. 19 states, including Washington, support Michigan's ban. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate, another 100 miles in the pouring rain.
And that, my friends, is how we kick off a brand new day. Just like that, we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone. And we will do so from time zone to time zone. Turn the page on the calendar, 4th day of June. All right, midweek. There you go. Could it be? Possibly. Hump Day. I'll say it. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Finally feeling a little summer-like. 75, the official temperature at the airport in southwest Ohio, northern Kentucky. So much better. If you love a rainy night, I know Lauren Weiss is a big fan of rolling in the rain, right? It is one of those nights. You're in the rain from Wisconsin to Texas. We got a line of showers, thunderstorms. Yeah, some of them down into the Texas area, as the case has been night after night, still reaching severe levels, 60-mile-an-hour winds, more quarter-size hail. But you got some rumbles of thunder. Crossing the lake, going to be moving into west central lower Michigan here in very short order. Showers and thunderstorms. Not really the heavier rain kind of splitting north of Chicago and south of Chicago. You get down into central portions of Illinois. West central Illinois, heavy rains. Rain stretching from northeast through the southwestern corners of Missouri. Right on down, moving into northwest Arkansas, eastern Oklahoma. All the activity there is the easternmost reaches of the state now. And some stronger cells, some of those severe storms going to be rumbling in and around the Dallas area here in the upcoming hours. So that is the focal point, severe weather through the central states as we roll right on through that first week of June here. A few factors coming together to generate more severe weather as we roll into midweek here. You've got the fast-moving river of air, the upper atmosphere, the jet stream that is strengthening over the plains. In addition, warm, humid air moving northward out of the Gulf, and that's going to be helping to fuel these storms. We saw some of those stronger storms throughout the past afternoon and evening. Stretching from Wisconsin to western Illinois, down into northern Texas. The worst of the storms in that corridor, central Oklahoma to southern Missouri this past day. As we shift into Wednesday, again, storms will be spread across more than 1,000 miles from Detroit to Dallas again, with hail, gusty winds, and flash flooding the primary threats. We have seen just a handful of tornado warning cells, not a big tornado risk with this particular setup, but another wave of low pressure is going to roll out of the Rockies into the central states here midweek. That's going to keep that risk for strong storms in place across the center of the nation. Even in the absence of severe weather, this new storm is going to be enhanced rainfall that's going to be causing some flooding concerns in areas that have received well above historical average rainfall right through the month of May and now moving into June, where some of the rivers and streams have already been elevated. Any excessive rainfall could cause some localized flooding. Looks like the showers, thunderstorms continue to progress eastward toward the end of the week here. Meanwhile, the next cold front's going to be moving into the plains by this weekend. That means another clash of the air masses that's going to reignite severe weather in parts of that region. You know, we rolled through the Memorial Day weekend, which is touted as the unofficial start of summer. But here we are more than a week later, and many folks in the Northeast kind of wondering, when is the spring-like chill and the rounds of rain going to give way to some warmer weather? That change is finally unfolding this week. You may notice temperatures have finally been trending upward across the Northeast and will continue over the coming days. Back Monday morning, you had lows in the 30s and 40s. Now, afternoon highs by later today through Friday We're warming into the 80s, widespread. Yeah, the mercury making a run at the 90-degree mark Thursday in New York City, Philadelphia, and Washington, D.C. For some of us, that's going to be the hottest weather since last September. Now, even where temperatures fall shy of the high mark for the year so far, higher humidity levels is going to make it be feeling more like the middle of summer. And I can attest to the fact that very humid conditions outside the secret bunker. You factor in the humidity levels, the intensity of the sunshine in the afternoon hours, it'll feel 10 to 15 degrees even warmer than the actual temperature. Now, along with the warm, humid conditions, some high-flying clouds, you've got the continued smoke from distant wildfires in central Canada that continue to bring the hazy conditions to the sky overhead. Indeed, we have been witnessing the colorful sunrises and sunsets. As long as the fires continue to burn, they will periodically produce hazy conditions, and occasionally you might have that campfire smell when that smoke reaches down to ground levels. But smack in the middle of the warmth, and around the same time as the temperatures peak Thursday afternoon, our next front's going to be approaching from the west, bringing with it the chance for thunderstorms and possibly severe weather to the northeast. Greatest threat's going to be high winds and some hail. A few locations will see downpours and flash flooding. Severe thunderstorms could develop by the Thursday evening commute from eastern Pennsylvania northward to Maine. Now, that would threaten some travel around some of the major cities, along major interstates, and some of the airport hubs as well. Damaging winds, small hail, urban flooding possible on into Thursday night. Then more storms erupt from the eastern Great Lakes to the central Appalachians come Friday, as another front approaches from the Midwest. So temperatures across New England and the central Appalachians will be noticeably lower by Friday, following that cold front and storms that move through late on Thursday. Generally speaking, you'll see temperatures slashed by 10 to 15 degrees. The summer-like warmth is predicted to continue, though, further south in much of the mid-Atlantic for Friday. You will see some cooling by the time we get to the weekend. Temperatures about 10 degrees cooler on average. Humidity levels will still be high, though. Looks like conditions may get kind of busy this upcoming weekend in that region with areas of showers and thunderstorms. And I know we've got the third leg of the Triple Crown in New York coming up Saturday this weekend. Well, I guess races 1 and 2, the Kentucky Derby, the Preakness. We've seen rainy conditions for both of those. We may close out the third leg with more muddy track conditions. We'll have to keep an eye on things as we head toward the weekend. And we'll get some of our listening friends checking in out of the box here, YouTube, Facebook. But Joe is on board, wanting to kick things off here on a Wednesday. How we doing there, Joe?
Hi there, Steve. I'm doing pretty good, and you?
No complaints on my end.
That's good to hear, yeah. So things have been pretty busy here at home, and I think I told you about some of it the last time I talked, but I told you about a parade that I was going to be announcing at coming pretty soon, and now I just found out that there's going to be another parade that I'm going to announce at next month for the 4th of July, and that's going to be televised. So
really?
Yeah, a lot of exciting stuff happening there. For
How about that? That's cool.
Yeah, it definitely is. So, yeah, I just wanted to say thank you so much for having me on, and drive safe to everyone out listening. God bless. Thanks, Steve.
Always good to get an update from you, Joe. He just calls in to say hello. I was going to ask him, obviously, he's in Michigan, but I'm not sure what part of Michigan he's in. What part of the state that the parade's going to be televised in. But between now and then, we can get an update there. Philly Dan is on board. You enjoying some of the warmer temperatures? Going to be warming up today for sure there, Dan. So hello from the city of brotherly love. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. Hey, Pappy. Mike, what day is it? Not official until Horse Feathers makes it so. 844-844-3388. That's the number for him and the rest of us that wish to be a part of the show. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. 71 degrees. Harrison, Ohio. You heard that right. 71 degrees at the midnight hour in southwest Ohio. All right. Snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Crank up the volume on your listening device. The overnight drive, frequency waves reaching your frontal lobe. Let's go. Are you with me? Roy is in northwest Illinois. All right, he's already seeing some of the showers. 66 rain showers there in northwest Illinois. I-77 northbound, that must be Shorty indeed. Mount Airy, North Carolina with 69 degrees tonight. Columbus bound. Good to have you on board. We're warmer here than you are there in North Carolina tonight, Shorty. Tank, morning, Steve. Happy Hump Day. 62 degrees. It's rainy here in St. John's, Arizona. Headed over to Santa Rosa, then back to Fontana. Everybody truck safe, and as always, have a blessed day. Pappy chiming in. Heard on the news update there at the top of the hour, kicking things off, the dude complaining about being jailed for the misdemeanor, arrested there at the ICE facility a few weeks ago, saying, you don't get thrown in jail for misdemeanors. Pappy says, I beg to differ. We lock people up all the time on misdemeanors. What a goof. Yeah, that was a reference to the news clip, that dirtbag that was arrested for trespassing. Give him the big old middle finger, right? Good afternoon, hammer down. Hello, Larry. I guess kind of a bittersweet day for Larry. The first, I guess, birthday for his now passed wife. So wishing her a happy heavenly birthday. Her first birthday not being here on planet Earth here. All right, thinking about you there, Larry. Hello from Bob in Michigan on board. There's Bill. Hump Day. Good morning, everybody. 76 here in Seymour, Indiana. Feels like a nice summer evening. All right, we're headed out to Manitowoc, Wisconsin for tomorrow afternoon. Update on the zebra. It's still on the loose. They can't find it. I think it may show up in maybe Collegedale, Tennessee at the Little Debbie headquarters. Yeah, they have zebra cakes, Have a great day and be safe. All right, I forgot to even look into that story. Got a zebra on the loose there in Tennessee. All right, hello from the Mile High City. There's Brett, where yet again it's cloudy, 54 degrees. Why was the idiot who threw the Molotov cocktails at innocent Jews allowed in this country? Why was he still allowed in the country even after his visa expired? He now says he'd do it again. There's no other justifiable punishment than the electric chair for this anti-Semitic wacko. His family should also be deported. And Brett, that is part of the news headlines. We've got that is in the process of happening. This past day, I believe his wife and 5 children have all been rounded up. Anyway, heading up north to North Dakota and Montana tomorrow. Thanks to all the first responders for keeping us safe, and to the third shift workers keeping the world turning during the overnight hours.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Your factory fuel... All right. Hello, Captain Ron, who says, I'm lurking in the shadows. I got a doctor's appointment for Friday. I'm doing breathing treatments. Don't have a fever. I'm just all plugged up. So, Semper Fi, shout out to Truck and Phil and Knucklebuster tonight. And we're saying prayers for Tennessee there. Good morning, everyone. Hello, Jerry. It's a nice night here in Kokomo. But it's got a feeling, and you can smell the rain coming our way. Thanks to all the people running up and down the big roads, keeping us supplied with what we need. Thank you to Hot Shot Secret for sponsoring the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive so we can all enjoy the ride with so many amazing people out there. You never know what could happen. Please tell the ones you love them every chance. You never really know. And yes, sir, that is the truth. Snuffy and Granny. All right, rolling the highways. Good morning, Steve. We're in Virginia. On our way to make our stop this morning. All right, safe travels to Snuffy and Granny. Neil is on board. Buckeye Boy in Tyler, Texas. 80 degrees at this hour. He says, I've got the APU and the AC cranked up. How about that catch Friedel made for the third out for the Reds win this past evening? Yeah, that was indeed. He was able to jump at the right moment and stole what was definitely a 2-run home run that would have tied that game up in the top of the 9th at 4. But with that robbed home run, game over. Reds win 4-2. Braves lost again. Said, I'm delivering later today about the noon hour Central. Should take a couple hours, then we'll head back to the house. Until the 10th, and we'll load up for Fort Lauderdale for delivery now on the 12th. Maybe the 11th. All right, have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. Safe travels. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion, bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 55 degrees, Davenport, Iowa. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed south to the land of Lincoln with some of Parks Livestock's finest critters. I witnessed the smoke from the Canadian fires earlier while the sun was going down. It was surreal, to say the least. As always, it's an epic night for some high-speed cow trucking across a wide swath of America's heartland. And a special shout-out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer, Carolina Monkey Gouger from the Quad Cities tonight. And I keep wondering, with each passing day, is the Gouger officially done? June 1 celebrated his 50th anniversary in the trucking industry. What was the number? 6.5 million miles accident-free. And he's about to say, that's it, hang up the keys. I'm sure he'll check in at some point in time here. All right, let's see. Dominus is on board. Eskimo Mom. Are we starting off the week here? Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Hump Day, Wednesday. 10 days till Flag Day. 30 days till Independence. I can't believe that. Independent 4th of July, 30 days away. Yeah, it is 4th of June. You're right. Going in a different direction to start my week. We're headed to Warsaw, Indiana with the Drop and Hook. Don't know what they'll have me do when I get back, though. It's kind of hazy, but 78 degrees coming around Fort Wayne, Indiana. Wow. Be safe out there. A warm night, no doubt about it. Gary, up and Adam here. Good to have you on board this morning. It is 844-844-3388. Yeah, talking about the smoke from the wildfires. Now, we've got kind of possibly a double whammy coming to some areas as the smoke continues to impact millions in North America with the wildfires in Canada. But on the southern side, more desert dust is on the way. And there may be some areas where you actually have the combination, the smoke from the wildfires coming together with the Saharan dust crossing the Atlantic in parts of the southeast. The combination of the two, AccuWeather kind of breaks it down, what we're anticipating maybe here in the coming days. Pretty interesting, though, looking at the satellite views of the two converging in the coming days. All right, we'll get a news break here, and phone lines are open, 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The mayor of Newark, New Jersey is suing one of President Trump's top lawyers over his arrest at an ICE facility last month.
Trespass is a state offense. It's not a federal offense. These guys need to find out the law before they begin running their mouth about what is right and what is wrong.
Ross Baraka filed the federal lawsuit against interim U.S. Attorney for New Jersey, Alina Habba, accusing her of defamation and false arrest.
I was cuffed, fingerprinted, took pictures of twice, once there and once in court for a classy misdemeanor, which you send summons to people for. You don't lock them up.
Baraka was taken into custody outside an ICE detention center when he and members of Congress demanded answers about the facility's conditions. He was charged with trespassing, but the case was later dropped by Habba. A federal judge criticized Habba's office for the arrest during a hearing last month, saying it suggests a worrying misstep. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, here's what we have via AccuWeather. Air quality kind of taking a hit in parts of the central and eastern states. Smoke from the out-of-control wildfires in Canada pouring south. That's not the only thing millions of people are going to notice in the sky this week. Dust may collide with any lingering smoke in the south this week, potentially causing unhealthy air quality. A hazy, duller sky during the day, bracketed by colorful sunrises and sunsets. Here's when we expect the worst of each. Currently, they say more than 100 wildfires are out of control across Canada, from British Columbia to Ontario. The provinces of Manitoba and Saskatchewan seen some of the worst blazes. Thousands have been forced to flee their homes over the last week. Smoke from those fires expanded rapidly over Canada and the U.S. here in recent days, stretching over an area in Canada equivalent to double the size of Texas. We're talking more than 500,000 square miles. Now, that was last Thursday. The smoke area had doubled in size by Sunday, covering more than 1.2 million square miles in Canada. Heavy smoke also overspread about 750,000 square miles of the U.S. That's a huge problem due to some tiny pollutants. They tell us wildfire smoke contains very dangerous pollutants called PM 2.5 that can travel deep into the lungs or even enter the bloodstream when inhaled. These minuscule particles can lead to breathing problems like bronchitis, cause inflammation that aggravates diabetes, heart disease, other health conditions. The smoke is most dangerous in areas where it's thickest and closest to the ground. As of early this past day, that includes parts of southern Canada and the upper Midwest, where trackers show air quality is diminished. Thick smoke can block out the sun, wreaking havoc on anyone outdoors with unprotected eyes, noses, throats. That was the case in Minneapolis Tuesday morning, where the air quality tanked to what was very unhealthy levels, the second worst category. The city briefly had the second worst air quality in the world, only behind Kuwait City. Live cameras showed an incredibly dark, smoky sky, partially blocking out the skyline in Minneapolis. Some smoke is also drifting slightly higher in the atmosphere. Obviously, the higher the smoke travels, the less it affects air quality, but it still makes the sky hazy and shields the sun. Most of the affected areas in the U.S. are not experiencing the worst-case smoke scenario. The haze is going to linger here into Wednesday, parts of the Midwest, the East, and the South. A new wave of thicker smoke could rush into the north-central U.S. as this cold front trudges on to the east. Smoke from these wildfires will likely keep impacting the U.S. through at least the end of this week. Difficult to pinpoint exactly which areas will see the worst. Now, while the smoke invades from the north, another entity is floating toward the country from the east. That is the Saharan dust. This week's plume is already visible from space via satellite imagery as it blows over the Atlantic. The bulk of this plume is set to reach Florida by early today, Wednesday, and spread over more of the southeast by Thursday. Dust and smoke could actually overlap in some areas, making for an especially hazy or dim sky and poor air quality. Then if just one of the two was in play, just like the wildfire smoke, these dust plumes are composed of small particulate matter. As the name suggests, Saharan dust originating from the Sahara Desert, where the strong winds blow the dust and the dry air west out of the region frequently from late spring to early fall. Now, the dust plumes often attract the most attention during the summer because the dry air can disrupt the formation of tropical systems like hurricanes. It can also limit the amount of stormy weather in parts of the southeast this week with that same mechanism. If any storms manage to overcome the dry air, the dust and rain could combine to drop kind of a muddy mix over the region. Dust plumes also create those colorful sunrises and sunsets with deeper oranges and reds when the conditions are right. So the size of the plume, where it flows in the atmosphere, is going to change the impacts. This particular plume is thicker than the previous. We've had several dust plumes or bouts there in late May. It should thin out further as it tracks into the U.S. Through the latter half of the week here, but kind of a 1-2 punch in the upper atmosphere there. See what's going on with Plowboy. How we doing? Happy Hump Day.
Oh, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, happy Hump Day. I don't know when the hell Hump Day is or when it's not. Day three. But that's one of the things fortunate about working up there at the big oval up there in Kansas City. Right now we got 2.5 weeks we're going to be going with nonstop. So I guess our care ain't bothering us that bad up there at the big blue oval. So, last night, have you ever got a song in your head without hearing the word, and you get a song in your head and you just can't get it out?
It's a brain worm. Yes, happens all the time.
Brain worm.
A brain worm.
Well, last night, in the last 30 minutes of your show, Steve, you created a song I just can't pull out, and I will never listen to your show again if you play the damn thing.
Uh-oh.
Remember, y'all were talking about Elon, and he is wanting to get everybody to Mars, and we were going to get down to 100 million people in the world by, 2,300?
Yeah.
What song do you think came to my mind?
Oh, it's the end of the world as we know it.
25, yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Yep. All right. So that's not the one I was thinking. Yeah, I got you.
I just can't get that song from 1969. It's just like trying to, I'm about to pull my damn hair out. But no, I mean, it wouldn't be all at all. I mean, AI is taking everything over, and it's just scarier than hell. And it ain't really for me because, well, we were going to be done well and gone before that time, but it was
right.
Something unique. But you were talking about 2 very bad wildfires in our area as we know it. How about how much of pollutant is coming out of Mount Etna over there?
Yeah,
look like
right. Incredible.
None of this we can calculate. Yes, sir. None we can calculate the tonnage. I mean, there's no calculation, but yet we're going to get blamed for it down the line somehow, and we're going to have to jump in. Thank God President Trump's in the White House instead of numbs. But back to the other side for just a minute. Well, the num-nums and the dum-dums. I'm sorry, but I think that whoever that was hollering about the ICE detention center and all that. He ought to be deported with the rest of these bastards. I mean, if we got people in government that are standing up for these yahoos, it just astounds me how they ain't even for the country. They ain't even for the left of center people. They're more for your Bernie Sanders and them type of ignorant people that we just don't need here, to tell you the truth. I'm sorry, that's just the way I feel. And I try to always tell the truth and the whole thing and the truth, but I don't know. I gotta get off here, but have you ever watched much of space weather? Because there was a story that came out of Japan here in the last 2 weeks, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Did you happen to catch where there was a lightning strike over in Japan that the lightning bolts collided and created some type of I wouldn't say it was gamma radiation, almost like a nuclear bomb effect.
I did not catch that. No, was it like it was caught on video?
Yes, sir. It was on video. I can't tell you what video.
Yeah.
ZTM Science or something like that's where I caught it at.
Okay.
It's not one of the first, but it's just kind of here of late, put it that way. But other than that, we had a couple of little tornadoes hang out about 5 miles south of here. But really, we got a pretty decent night. I think about 65 here in Kansas City, Missouri. And our warm air still hasn't made it to us. Hopefully, it'll get out of here and come back in. But that's about all I have for right now, Steve. But oh, by the way, Knuckle Buster, we're praying for you and your wife and anybody else that needed prayers, because I've been down that road. We all remember that one, Steve. So, all right,
indeed.
Everybody.
All right. Have a good morning there, Plowboy. Thank you for checking in. All right, 844-844-3388. I don't know, I guess the marriage is over. The relationship's getting a little rocky here. And this time it's not like media speculation, because they've been trying to make it look this way for months, and that is between Elon Musk and President Trump. Elon really kind of laid out on the big, beautiful bill this past day, drawing back immediate response from some of the top congressional leaders, firing back his criticism of the one big, beautiful bill yesterday. One of these, calling the former White House advisor terribly wrong. Senate Majority Leader John Thune, as well as House Speaker Mike Johnson, both reacted to Musk calling the funding mega bill a disgusting abomination. Johnson said Musk was terribly wrong. with his comments, while Thune kind of brushed off the criticism as a difference of opinion. Now, Elon, less than a week after leaving his role as the head of Doge, took to X yesterday to say he just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it. Yeah, we obviously respect everything that Elon did with Doge. On this particular issue, though, we have a difference of opinion, says Thune. I think it's rooted in the fact that he's accepting the Congressional Budget Office assumptions that are built on a static scoring assessment of the effect that these changes will have on the economy. All the modeling that we've seen suggests the changes that are being made will lead ultimately to significant growth. You couple the growth with the biggest spending reduction in history, and you will see a reduction, not an increase in the deficit. Johnson told reporters that, quote, my friend Elon is terribly wrong about the bill. But for him to come out and pan the whole bill, to me, just very disappointing, very surprising in light of the conversation I had with him just the day before. It's not personal, he says. I just deeply regret that he made this mistake. Now, as for Trump himself, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt said the president already knows where Elon Musk stood on this bill. It does not change the president's opinion. This is one big, beautiful bill, and he's sticking to it. Thune went on to say, my hope is he has an opportunity to further assess what this bill actually does, and that he'll come to a different conclusion. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The honeymoon's over.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We'll get to some of the industry headlines. What's going on in the industry? Over the 3-day period, no, I did not get an opportunity to catch the Northern Lights. Undoubtedly, some of you, especially if you were out there driving late Sunday night into Monday morning, when the initial impact in what was ultimately a 3-day geomagnetic storm. The storm's over. One of the longest lasting geomagnetic storms of this solar cycle. The severe G4 class storm that started June 1 when a fast halo coronal mass ejection struck the Earth's magnetic field immediately after the impact. Auroras photographed from Canada all the way to the U.S. Gulf Coast. After which, anywhere from G1 minor to strong G3 storms continued through June the 2nd and even into June the 3rd, a rare 3-day display of northern lights. Now, interestingly, Space Weather says solar storms are supposed to make radiation go up, right? Yeah, that severe solar storm we just mentioned, June 1, actually did just the opposite. The Oulu Cosmic Ray Station in Finland registered the biggest drop in cosmic radiation in more than 20 years. It's called the Forbush decrease, named after the American physicist Scott Forbush, who studied cosmic rays in the early 20th century. It happens when a coronal mass ejection, CME, sweeps past the Earth and pushes galactic cosmic rays away from our planet. June 1, that is exactly what occurred. That CME crossed Earth's orbit and thinned the planet's radiation environment. Cosmic ray fluxes dropped as much as 25%. To find another event this deep, you would have to go all the way back to October of 2003, when coronal mass ejections related to the famous Halloween storms were pummeling planet Earth. Now, we know galactic cosmic rays are astronauts' worst enemy. The European Space Agency has called him the radiation showstopper when it comes to Mars exploration, stating that one day in space is equivalent to the radiation received here on Earth for an entire year. The most vulnerable parts of the human body are those with rapidly dividing cells, including bone marrow, reproductive organs, the gastrointestinal tract, skin. These Forbush decreases can provide temporary relief. The problem is, there's not enough of these decreases to make a journey to Mars safe. This current Forbush decrease, they tell us, will subside probably in a week or two, which would actually be just enough time for maybe a quick trip to the moon, but not beyond that. So, yeah, one day in space, radiation equivalent to an entire year on Earth. So I'm thinking, obviously, when you're aboard the likes of the space station, where some are spending, hundreds of days up there, there must be some shielding, but obviously they're getting a whole lot more radiation than they would get if they were here, with the protection of the Earth's atmosphere, right? All right, coming up, we'll get Eagle is going to be checking in here as we roll into Hump Day. Looks like Dingbat going to give us an update on what happened in Memphis this past day. All right, we'll look forward to that. First, we'll head out to Nevada. Yes, I was instructed here a few days ago. I've always said Nevada, yet the correct pronunciation is Nevada. A group of truck drivers in Nevada threatening a $500 surcharge on deliveries into Clark County. We talked about this a week or two ago. They want officials to address the truck parking shortage. Typical of many counties with a large metro area, Clark County has a lot of freight activity, but not enough truck parking to accommodate all the trucks moving that freight. After years of complaining about the parking shortage, one group of truckers says we've had enough. A letter sent to the Clark County commissioners, obtained by landline, which is the Nevada Hispanic Truckers Association, demanding they either start allowing more truck parking development or start paying up. According to the association, the issue at hand is the county's rules and zoning laws, which make developing additional truck parking where it's needed virtually impossible. Consequently, local owner-operator truck drivers are forced to park their trucks overnight illegally, facing a $500 fine every time they do it. Now, there was a story all the way back in 2019 by the Daily Indy revealing there were 2 official truck parking spaces in the Las Vegas Valley at the time. That was also the time the county beefed up parking enforcement. Since then, the parking situation has shown not shown any significant improvement. We'll pick up there after this.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A witness in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking trial says Diddy paid big money to hide that infamous video allegedly showing him brutally assaulting Cassie Ventura.
A former Diddy personal assistant known only as Mia faced another day of cross-examination Monday. A Beverly Hills hotel employee also took the stand, saying Diddy was charged for oil damage. Meanwhile, a security worker at the LA hotel where Diddy was seen on video attacking ex Cassie Ventura is expected to testify under immunity Tuesday, and an accuser using the pseudonym Jane could take the stand as early as Wednesday. I'm Kristen Marks.
Senator Adam Schiff says he pushed back against the Trump administration's plan to close 9 USDA offices.
Now 8 of them will stay open. Offices in Los Angeles, Bakersfield, Blythe, Madera, Oxnard, Salinas, Woodland, and Wairika will continue business as usual. But the office in Mount Shasta and a new office in Brea are still scheduled to close. Schiff says he'll continue advocating for the remaining offices to remain open as well. He says USDA offices are critical for farmers and people living in rural areas, arguing they provide essential services these communities depend on. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Toxic heavy metals such as arsenic, cadmium, lead, and mercury are being found in popular rice brands.
A study by Healthy Babies Bright Futures tested 145 rice samples from various stores in 20 metropolitan areas, including New York, Los Angeles, and Miami. Arsenic was found in all samples, and the study highlighted that brown rice showed the highest levels of heavy metals. I'm Brian Shook.
Disney is laying off several hundred employees.
That's according to Deadline, which reported most of the layoffs are across divisions of Disney Entertainment, with corporate financial operations also being impacted. This is the fourth round of layoffs by the media giant in the past 10 months. Just under 200 employees from ABC News Group and Disney's entertainment networks were let go in early March. The layoffs are part of an ongoing cost-cutting process. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Officials say an immigration enforcement surge operation in Massachusetts resulted in nearly 1,500 arrests.
Acting ICE Director Todd Lyons touted the action.
In the beginning of May, ICE and its federal and state partners launched a whole-of-government effort to remove dangerous criminal aliens from all over the Commonwealth.
ICE calls it the agency's largest ever illegal immigration arrest operation. Operation Patriot was launched in early May. Lyons said a large number of those arrested include criminals trying to evade justice in their home countries. Lyons said ICE will continue to keep conducting enforcement operations. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Edmonds School District in Washington State could face a lawsuit over PFAS contamination.
PFAS, which are known as forever chemicals, come from things like firefighting foam. Increasing levels of the chemical have been found in stormwater runoff. The school district says it has not been found in groundwater, and drinking water is safe. I'm Brad Ford.
The U.S. Supreme Court is banning nearly a dozen baby names.
According to the website usbirthcertificates.com, the names King, Queen, and Jesus Christ are illegal in the United States. New parents should also avoid naming their kids Santa Claus, Majesty, Adolf Hitler, and Roman numeral number 3, since those are not up to snuff with the U.S. government. Rounding out the list is Nutella, Messiah, the @ symbol, and the number 1069. Each U.S. state follows its own set of name guidelines, but typically bans numerals, emojis, and special characters. I'm Natalie Migliori.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All right, another day underway as we make our way into a Hump Day midweek, coming on 4th day of June.
Good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. All right. Hello to Tapeworm checking in Mitchell, South Dakota tonight. Loading up farm equipment. Heading for Tennessee. Michael on board. Yep. Said, I don't think anyone here really gives a crap or a rat's ass about Diddy. Yeah, the media outlets all over the country following this Diddy trial. Yeah, I'm with you there. I could care less. Yeah, I think he's guilty as sin, but that's being tried in the media. I'll let the process play out. Now, I guess he'll get his due deserts, right? Hey, real quick, let me finish up before we get back to the calls in Nevada, where the Nevada Hispanic Truckers Association claiming they've attempted to create truck parking facilities only to be chased away by outdated rules and red tape. The letter to the Clark County Commissioner Chairman accusing the county of a valley-wide crackdown on dozens of truck yards. For example, the association states that more than 60 truck drivers park at a yard located on North Nellis Boulevard, for which nearby residents signed off on a letter of support. Despite residential and county staff approval of the yard, the county commission voted against it. We don't want to park our $100,000 trucks on the street. We're the ones who get robbed, our trucks get broken into, our fuel gets stolen. We demand safe truck yards for our sons and fathers to park today, not 3 years from now. So they're demanding the county cut the red tape, stop closing truck yards, and stop ticketing the drivers until you open more truck yards. Now, in addition to seeking a refund for the truck parking tickets issued since 2019, the group indicated they may start adding a $500 surcharge on deliveries into Clark County beginning July 1 if the county officials don't address the issue. Sigerblom tells KVVU Television truck yards were shut down because they were never legal in the first place due to zoning and code violations. He said the county's working on new policies to build more truck parking. But in the meantime, he indicated Clark County will approve a parking facility that meets zoning requirements. Why has it got to be so difficult? But yeah, $500 a pop for parking illegally. All right, Eagle kicks things off. Hour number 2. What's happening?
Okay. Yeah, how you doing, Steve? Yeah, got some information going on. The truck driver. I was going to talk about the Russia situation, but they still got some more details coming in, so maybe later tonight I might get back in on that. I'll look up some things on that before I say anything. So I want to talk about truck driver issue. Well, what do you know, Steve? Another week, another night, another day, another Amazon accident occurred yesterday in Newport News, Virginia.
Yep.
I was looking on the internet. That's starting to become a daily thing for me today. Now, you just go on the Google. They got their own. You know your trucking company sucks when you got your own Google. When you can when you can Google Amazon wrecks, and guess what you see? You see wrecks of Amazon trucks all over America. And the latest one that I Googled tonight was an accident, like I said, took place in Newport News, Virginia, Interstate 64. Amazon truck involved in another accident. Then they had another one out in California, close to Sacramento a day before that. This is a daily occurrence with Amazon, Steve, due to their hiring practices of bringing in people that are not qualified to operate these trucks in America, and they continue to lose lives. So hopefully June the 25th, I think, is the date for this new rule to take place with Donald going into effect. That day can't come around fast enough for me to get some of these losers the hell off the road. But like I said, Steve, when I told you this a couple of weeks ago, when I see an Amazon truck, when I'm rolling down the interstate and I see an Amazon truck in my mirrors on the left side or the right side, especially if he's behind me, I move over to the next lane and let him go on about his business and get that going down the road, stay the hell away from me. Because I don't want nothing to do with them. Because these people are dangerous, and they saying that this guy fell asleep. This latest accident in Newport News. Well, what a surprise! He fell asleep. When you run it illegally, that's what happens to you when you run illegally, Steve. When it clearly says you're supposed to run 11 hours, but somebody, your so-called superior, tells you got to run 13 or 14. That's what happens when you run your truck without getting the proper rest. You end up having an accident, not only killing yourself but maybe somebody else. So I'm fed up with these people, and they making honest truck drivers like me and other people look bad, Steve, because we got a bad reputation. I know you hear the truck drivers calling in and complaining, but you have to actually get out here on the road and see what's going on, Steve. We truck drivers have a bad reputation in America right now. And it wasn't like that when I started driving over 20 years ago. People looked up to truck drivers. That's the reason why I got in the profession, because my dad did it, and I admired truck drivers. Now, the general public hates truck drivers. You like I told you a couple of weeks when I went up to Chicago, I hadn't been up there in a while. I had never seen so many damn no parking signs in my life, Steve. Everywhere you go in Chicago, they got signs. It don't matter where you park. You want to pull in a grocery store parking lot, no truck parking. They got tow truck signs in the parking lot saying if you park your vehicle, notifying you where your truck is going to be at because it's going to be towed. Just dial up this number and call us up and make sure you bring your $1,500 or $2,000 with you when you show up, because that's what you're going to need to get your truck back. Mm-hmm. So, like I said, you go to Memphis, all over Memphis. You talked about the towing situation in Memphis with these guys towing and booting trucks, making money off of truck drivers, hard-working truckers all over America. They don't want to build the proper places for these trucks to park, but they want these goods delivered to the different cities. But then they got the nerve to tow your vehicle. You walk into a Walmart. That happened to a friend of mine a couple of weeks ago. He walked into a Walmart to do some shopping, and he wasn't in there 15, 20 minutes. Guess what? He come back out in the parking lot. His truck is gone. The tow man towed his truck, cost him over $1,500, and the man did. The only thing he did wrong was parking the Walmart. And there's nothing wrong with a truck parking in a Walmart parking lot, because last time I checked, Steve, it takes for a truck. Trucks have to go to Walmart, or there won't be no Walmart. There won't be no food. There won't be no goods on the Walmart shelves. But somebody forgot to tell Walmart that. So, like I said, people can talk about the trash and the garbage on the ground at these stores, but everybody doesn't do that. And all truck, you can't combine every truck driver in the same category, Steve. Just because one truck driver throws a bottle of garbage on a bag of trash on the Walmart lot, don't mean that the Eagle does the same thing, and I shouldn't be treated like that other truck driver. Whether these people realize it or not, $1,500, $2,000, that's a whole week's pay right there out of somebody's paycheck to get their truck out of a tow lot. And it's ridiculous to tow somebody's truck who's simply going into a store to shop. So, like I said, things need to be done in America, Steve. We need a leader in the truck driving industry to speak up for truck drivers and get us the rights that we deserve, because I've talked to you for 2 or 3 weeks now about these cameras in these trucks, and it's nothing but an invasion of privacy. They shouldn't be allowed to put cameras in these trucks. I've talked to another guy at the truck stop today who just recently got fired from his job of driving a truck with a camera because they called him on so-called doing something wrong on the camera. So now he's out of work now. So, like I said, it's putting people out of work, plus it's invading people's privacy. We need somebody to step forward, Steve, and speak up for truck drivers and get us the rights we deserve. Like I told you a couple of nights ago, I delivered to a Walmart distribution center, and Walmart got the nerve to tell you that they want you to deliver their product, but they telling you After you deliver their product, you get the hell off their property. And by the way, you can't park on the shoulder of the road because they got no parking signs out there on the shoulder of the road in front of the distribution center. And some local city police officer who wants to make revenue for his city takes it upon himself to write you out a ticket for simply trying to go to sleep, which could cost you up to $500 or more. And when Walmart could have easily let you sleep on their property after you deliver the load to their property. But like I said, Walmart feels like you deliver the load and you get the hell off the property, and wherever you park at, that's your problem, not theirs. So, and there's a big problem when you think like that, Steve. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. Thank you much, Eagle. Have a good morning. Safe travels. Yeah, I actually did have CDL Life had the story about the driver facing charges after falling asleep behind the wheel this past morning, Tuesday, about 3:30 a.m. Eastbound on I-64, fell asleep. Tractor trailer then veered off the road, struck a guardrail, ended up in the ditch, hit multiple trees. Luckily, nobody seriously hurt, but the truck driver charged with reckless driving and failure to maintain proper control of the vehicle. The story did not mention, but as Eagle noticed the photographs from the scene, yes, it was another Amazon Prime trailer being hauled out there. 844-844-3388. Back into...
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, let's see what's going on with the dingy one. Morning, Dingbat.
Good morning. As y'all know, I'm off on Wednesday and Thursday. I am actually off on a Tuesday. Shockaroo on that one.
How about that?
Right quick, let me give Eagle some feedback. Here at our local Walmart in West Memphis, Arkansas, we have height bars, and yet we still have truck drivers that still hit them. Why? It's because we have truck drivers that park at Walmart overnight. Walmart does not allow overnight parking. So what do? They break the height bar so they can have a place to sleep, because it could be a rest stop, a truck stop could be filled. I don't know. But it's sad that, I feel sorry for truck drivers that sleep on the side of the road. My heart goes out to them. But however, this Walmart has height bars. Like I said, they still hit them. And they park on the the emergency lane and everything like that. It's
Mm-hmm.
just a never-ending battle here at Walmart near here.
And I think they deal with the same all over the country there, Dingbat. It's, I've got a local Walmart right around the corner, within 2 miles of my secret bunker here. And they used to allow truck parking. And several years ago, they cut it out. No more parking.
Exactly. But I just want to give a shout out to anybody in the military. Thank you for your service, because what I did today was really touching. I did a charter run, and it was my first charter run with the company I work with.
Mm-hmm.
Not FedEx. It was a charter run. What we did was take disabled veterans from point A to point B. And what it was, they did all kinds of sports, whether they were disabled or not. It was just like, you hear the stories of when they were in the service to now. And it felt like I was right there in the midst of the battles they went through. Like, the stories you heard was really, really touching. And it just emotionally drained me. I tried to not cry in front of them. But the story, like I said, the stories that I heard just really made me be grateful for what we have today.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, it was a long 9.5 hours today, because I got off yesterday at, if you want to think about it, midnight, and I had to come home, take a 2.5 hour nap just to get back up and get ready for this charter run. But it was very emotional on top of being tired.
So that makes for an even longer day, right?
Well, it's a 3-day weekend for me now.
Well, very good. Plenty of time to rest up now.
You can say that. I hope Braindad's not hearing this. I can get some silent night while he's going at work.
Okay. So I thought this was his Sunday. Is he actually working tonight?
He is working tonight. He's behind, but he will call back. He'll call later on tonight. He was about 2.5 hours behind. He'll explain all that later.
Gotcha.
So everybody just breathe. Tell him to breathe. It's okay.
All righty. Well, thank you so much for the update. Enjoy a few nights of R&R. Actually get some rest. Okay, 844-844-3388. You mentioned there in our first hour kind of an update on the Boulder, Colorado attack over the weekend, which has now led to the arrest and detention of the suspect's wife and 5 children. According to the Department of Homeland Security, we all know now the weekly demonstration, the Run for Their Lives organization against Hamas terror, was itself the target of the attack, with the man firebombing the group with Molotov cocktails Sunday. The suspect captured on cell phone video at the scene, police able to arrest the 45-year-old Mohammed Sabri Soleiman, an Egyptian national in the U.S. illegally, overstaying his visa. Now, the development of the family's arrest, first reported by Bill Mulligan of Fox News, who said it was confirmed by several sources the family members are being processed for expedited removal, according to those sources, which would allow them to be deported without an immigration court hearing. Solomon was yelling, "Free Palestine," during the attack. But law enforcement officials have been reticent to label the attack as terrorism pending the investigation. Now, that's local officials. The FBI Director Kash Patel, Deputy Director Dan Bongino both said this was an act of terror. Ultimately, at least 8 harmed, 1 seriously injured. Solomon right now being held at the Boulder County Jail on a $10 million bond. The Blaze Media co-founder Glenn Beck says evil struck. Not with a drone, not with a bomb, not with a cyber attack or a coordinated cell, but with fire. ancient, primal, vicious. And yes, in interviews with law enforcement, this guy says he'd do it again. I guess no remorse. I'd do it again tomorrow. All right, rolling toward news break. A couple of minutes away here. A trucking company owner sentenced to decades in prison for a cocaine trafficking scheme. On June 2nd, Lexington, Kentucky resident Alejandro Galvin Gomez, 51 years old, sentenced to 28 years in prison. Charges of conspiracy to distribute 5 kilos or more of cocaine, possession with intent to distribute 5 kilos or more, conspiracy to launder drug proceeds, according to the Attorney's Office for Eastern District of Kentucky. He must also serve a 5-year term of supervised release. But Gomez owned Lexington-based trucking company G&G Transportation. And according to the plea agreement between November of 2023 and September of last year, conspired with others to use his trucking company to travel to McAllen, Texas, pick up loads of drugs. He made the trip at least twice per month, according to officials. As part of the scheme, Gomez used large vehicle batteries that were hollowed out to allow for the 4 kilos of cocaine. To evade detection by law enforcement, the batteries contained a small battery within the modified battery, so the battery would actually still produce a charge if tested. Gomez would receive at least 2 batteries per trip, sometimes as many as 10. Once he obtained the drugs, he would distribute them to others around the country, including Dallas, Texas, Columbia, South Carolina, Dayton, Ohio, Cincinnati, Ohio. Gomez is accused of concealing the profits from the operation by making large cash deposits in both his personal and business accounts and then using the cash deposits to pay for G&G transportation expenses, including maintenance and fuel for the semi that was used to pick up the drug loads.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Toxic heavy metals such as arsenic, cadmium, lead, and mercury are being found in popular rice brands.
A study by Healthy Babies, Bright Futures tested 145 rice samples from various stores in 20 metropolitan areas. Arsenic was found in all samples, and the study highlighted that brown rice showed the highest levels of heavy metals. I'm Brian Shook.
Disney is laying off several hundred employees.
That's according to Deadline, which reported most of the layoffs are across divisions of Disney Entertainment, with corporate financial operations also being impacted. Just under 200 employees from ABC News Group and Disney's entertainment networks were let go in early March. The layoffs are part of an ongoing cost-cutting process. I'm Mark Mayfield.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 214 points. The S&P 500 added 34 points. The Nasdaq gained 156 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Did you know that healthy arteries make a gas? Yes, actually 3 known gases. Hi, I'm Dr. Mitch, and nitric oxide is a gas that's readily made all day long to keep our arteries open by relaxing the blood vessel walls. By doing this, our circulation is increased, bringing blood, oxygen, and nutrients to every part of your body. Both age and poor diet can lead to a loss of this precious gas, and in turn, blood pressure can go up, energy can go down, and you can get tingling in your hands and feet. Well, our product, Ultimate Nitric Oxide, can easily help fix this lack of nitric oxide. Go to TotalWellness.com. That's TotalWellness.com, where we are helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, it's like Philip in Florida's up and at 'em. Good morning. Rubber Duck. He says horse feathers for trucking representative. Okay. Who else on board? There's old Cripshot in the house. Good morning, all my homies. And Mr. Jack. The Jack is back. 72 here in the horse capital of the world, Lexington, Kentucky. Drive safe. And thanks for doing what you do every day. You got it. Good to have you on board. All right, Carl, what's been happening with you?
Good morning, Steve. I'm traveling here this morning in Alabama. Just left Kentucky up there a few hours ago. Dry weather down here, you know, it's about 73 degrees. Looking good out here this morning. But getting to why I called there, thank you for taking my call, by the way.
Yeah.
Talking about Elon Musk here, okay, and he's got this thing going on, you know, wanting to disagree with this big, beautiful bill.
Mm-hmm.
Now, everybody's got their own opinion about this, and including Rand Paul. He's siding with Rand Paul apparently on this about the deficit. which is a good thing to worry about because it is really, really big deficit here, you know. But we got to look at everything that's in the bill, all right? There's a lot of good stuff in the bill, too, as well. Now, sometimes, I don't know, you've probably heard the expression, sometimes it takes money to make money. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
You've got to spend money to make money sometimes, you know? And if you want to go with something that's a little bit on the side of just not spending money, you know, you want to go with the bare bones operation and just, you know, you're probably not going to make a whole lot of money doing that. All right? So Trump is a kind of guy, he wants to get into things that you can make big money with, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And he's a big high roller, if you want to call it that. He's a high roller, all right? So he's living the high life, and he's a high roller, okay? I mean, this guy don't play with marbles, all right? He's out there doing the big stuff. But Elon, okay, and he may be trying to do something, I don't know, but to allow people to take it easy on him, you know, because he's been hit pretty hard here lately with his cars and his vehicles being burned up at these facilities and places of business where his cars are being sold and all of that, you know, and things are getting kind of weird with him, you know, on that issue, because he don't really like that happening to him. Okay, so he's kind of probably trying to show the Democrats, hey man, you know, take it easy on me. You know, I don't agree with everything that Trump has in mind, you know, and so yeah, he could be doing something like that too as well. But as far as China goes, getting into that, okay, well, let me say one more thing about Elon. Okay, about his trips to Mars and this, that, and the other he's wanting to make, I really still, I find it hard to believe that this guy really wants to go to Mars when we've got all kinds of other issues going on, and maybe he ought to just do something with cell phones and the internet and try to make it cheaper, you know, our stuff with that, you know, and maybe donate to the homeless shelters all over America or something, you know. Spend his money on something a little bit more valuable and going to Mars. I mean, I've seen photos of Mars. I've seen things, you know, what's going on with Mars, but it's you know, Earth is the third rock from the sun, but Mars is the fourth rock from the sun. Okay, it's probably really, really cold there. All right, and I just don't see anything going on at Mars in particular. You know, I just find it hard to believe, you know, that he could find something around Mars that's valuable. Okay, other than red dust. All right, so now that I've said that, I'll get into what's going on here with this business about China. Okay. I wonder what Trump is thinking right now, because he's coming up with this big deal, okay, that he's supposed to be making with China. But then the two Chinese nationals who were found yesterday or today, okay, they have been sent by the Chinese government over here to plant into our agriculture system a virus, okay, that's supposed to supposedly kill people. All right, and to get into, you know, to really being a bad thing for American people in particular, you know. So that right there, it seems like to me that COVID should have caused China to get a serious dose of radiation for that. Okay, if you ask me. Okay, that's the way I feel about that, and. To allow China to continue down this path of trying to destroy things in our water, our agriculture system, and things of that nature. How much more can we take? I mean, Joe Biden alone, he allowed these immigrants in here, and that report about the cocaine in Lexington, Kentucky, I wonder how that cocaine entered into this country. Okay, it probably entered in illegally, okay? Most likely. Okay, so then it probably didn't have a stamp of approval from the Food and Drug Administration to come into this country, okay? So that's really ridiculous what has happened with Joe Biden there. I mean, he should be at the bare minimum behind bars, okay? That man in particular, and his wife and his whole family ought to be behind bars, okay? We've gone way too long without convicting these people of wrongdoing, okay? And it's time that they need to start paying. And China and Iran, okay? Iran in particular is another one, okay? With Israel, I think that they should receive a dose of radiation for what they're doing over there, you know? And it's absolutely ludicrous where they've gone here, and we're supposed to be dealing with them gently, you know? I just don't understand some of the things that's happening, because it's going to come back to bite us, and it always does, like 911, and then we're going to see what's going on, you know, for a change, for a few couple of years, and then that's about it, you know. And we do something that like happened last time after 911. We go try to wage war against a few countries over there, but then we don't invade into their center where they're at, you know, and do things properly, you know. So I just don't understand why this country is constantly getting nosebleeds here and there, and then all of a sudden they get hit in the arm, you know, and then y'all, they just want to say, oh, well, we've got hit again, you know. And it's just a mess, totally. And thank you for taking my call, Steve. Appreciate it.
All right, yes, and, you know, when you, the whole food supply, agri-terrorism is the term. If you control the food supply, you control the people. He was alluding to two Chinese nationals arrested this past day, accused of attempting to smuggle a potential bioweapon into the country, claiming they wanted to use it to conduct research at the University of Michigan. The Department of Justice announcing charges against Young Qing Jian, a 33-year-old, and her boyfriend, 34-year-old Zhengyong Li. These two aliens have been charged with smuggling of fungus that's been described as a potential agro-terrorism weapon into the heartland of America, where they apparently intended to use a University of Michigan laboratory to further their scheme. According to authorities, Liu arrived in the U.S. with a bag of fungus, Fusarium graminearum, which could be used as a potential agriculture terrorism weapon. This biological pathogen causes a devastating disease in wheat, barley, maize, and rice, according to the Detroit News. An FBI agent claimed in a criminal filing that he made false statements to Customs and Border Protection officers regarding his reason for visiting the U.S. and his knowledge of the fungus in his possession. Ultimately, he admitted to smuggling the pathogen and stated he brought the pathogen into the United States so he could conduct research on it at a laboratory at the University of Michigan with his girlfriend, where she worked, apparently. The interim U.S. Attorney, Jerome Gorgon, said the alleged actions of these Chinese nationals, including a loyal member of the Chinese Communist Party, are of the gravest national security concerns. These two have been charged with smuggling a fungus that's been described as a potential agro-terrorism weapon. All right, so that's the ultimate word. I don't know. Yeah, someone like Vic may know more about agro-terrorism, but I guess the kind of thing, if you unleash it into the heartland, it would rapidly spread and decimate, farms and fields? All right, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
What do you say? Take a look at some of the other industry headlines. Braindead kind of brought it up briefly last evening. Kind of an update when it comes to the whole Yellow Corporation, the bankruptcy, dragging on and on. A motion before a federal bankruptcy court in Delaware. The defunct LTL carrier Yellow Corporation's estate is seeking to sell 4 terminals valued at $6.8 million. All right, these owned properties include a 68-door terminal, Knoxville, Tennessee, valued at $2.6 million, 46-door facility at Southington, Connecticut, $2.8 million, 31-door terminal near Baton Rouge, Louisiana, $1.2 million, and a 12-door location in Tupelo, Mississippi, $285,000. The named buyers include a construction and building services companies, as well as a wholesale fuel and lubricant distributor. It appears no LTL carrier was active in this latest asset sales. As the liquidation process draws to a close, fewer carriers have been involved. The last sale motion to the court did include some transportation and logistics companies, including Saia, but also other non-LTL entities. A separate filing with the court Friday showed that Yellow is rejecting unexpired leases on 4 terminals with a total of 328 doors. To date, Yellow's estate has unloaded more than 200 terminals, valued at roughly $2.4 billion, with a B, billion dollars, since the liquidation began at the end of 2023. The latest barrage when it comes to tariff discussions. The Canadian government, they tell us, has engaged in intensive and live negotiations to be exempted from the newly announced additional U.S. tariffs on steel and aluminum, as well as other import duties imposed by the Trump administration. According to the Prime Minister's office this past day, the additional tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum that were announced are unlawful and unjustified. According to the Prime Minister's office, Canada's new government is engaged in intensive live negotiations to have these and other tariffs removed as part of a new economic and security partnership with the United States. So, yeah, I'm not exactly sure how much steel and aluminum imports we received from Canada. I think it was fairly significant. And, of course, he bumped it from, 25% to a now 50% tariff on all imported steel and aluminum, trying to bolster the U.S. steel and aluminum manufacturing, obviously. 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Horse Feathers.
Well, did we make it? Are we ready to do it?
It's not official.
All right. Well, and hey, Mike, what day is it? What day is it?
All right, it's official. Hump Day.
There you go. All right, now we got that out of the way. You didn't have any imposters call in and try to do that yet today, did you?
I have not. Not a one.
All right. Sometimes them imposters start getting itchy trigger fingers or something and start jumping in there before I get a chance to call,
Yes.
But anyways, so got to watch them. But anyways, there. So, I don't know. Hopefully everybody kind of saw there. I found a couple YouTube videos there with Yo-Yo and kind of explained who she was and, talked a little bit about her racing and everything with the big trucks. And so, anyways, one of them was actually an interview that she'd done from way back in, I think it was maybe 1979. Do you remember a TV show called Real People?
I did. I think the CDL Life, I think, had a link to that, and I did see that night before last when she was on that. Yes.
Yeah. So, but anyways, that was pretty much a mainstay in TV watching. I remember that Real People show. I thought that was pretty entertaining. It was kind of not quite the micro dirty jobs, but it actually got to, they went out and actually interviewed people doing real things and real jobs and got to see what America was all about. And I don't know, maybe that's what America's lost. Maybe America's not in touch with what America's about anymore. Everybody's just kind of seems to be out for themselves, and if they don't like what you're doing, they're gonna interfere with you because they think they're right, and it's their job to make sure that they prove to you that they think you're wrong. But I don't know. Maybe that's part of the whole problem with what society has going on today. But I don't know. I'm just one truck driver with an opinion. But I guess every truck driver has an opinion there, because opinions are like, oh, wait a minute, we aren't going to do that on this show, are we? Yeah. Anyway. What else we got, Your Honor? I don't know. I was kind of a quiet day. Got home, did a few things around the house, and took a nap, and came back to work, and never really found out what was going on in the world there. So, other than hearing a little bit of your news stuff and that's about all we got going. So, got a decent night. The moon started to come up, and
you finally warmed up a bit finally, didn't you?
Yeah, we're up about 67, or down to 67 now from what what the high was yesterday, and so rumor has it we're supposed to be up somewhere around 90 today.
By Thursday?
So
Okay,
we'll
so
see how
later
that all
today
works.
and Thursday both, I think they're saying close to 90. Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll have to go into the category. That's just too hot, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah, right.
And and somebody's got to do it. And anyways, but now the weekend's supposed to cool back down a little bit, so we got a muster for the fire truck to go to, and they pump a little bit of water at that one, so we'll be able to get the pump all lubricated up and get some water run through it, and then Sunday we got a 4-H group there, and they're having a car show, so we're going to go over and run the fire truck in their car show, because they say they want everything. They want cars and Jeeps and vans and motorcycles and trucks. I'm just not sure. It's kind of like the news there. They go and say that there was a truck accident and make it sound like it was a tractor trailer when it was really a pickup truck.
Yep.
Do you think this place is advertising trucks in their car show? Do you think they're wanting big fire trucks, or do you think they just want pickup trucks? Guess we'll find out.
Yeah, good question.
Anyways, I guess we'll have to report back down that Monday. And speaking of trying to get reports, I called down to Ocala, Florida there to the world headquarters of Rainey's Truck Parts. Guess they're, the ones that are advertising here on the show.
Yeah.
They had that Road to Wishes truck show over the weekend, and they exceeded their $80,000. And, I couldn't get anybody on the phone. I got stuck in their phone queue, pushed this button to talk to somebody, and one went to voicemail, and another one went to voicemail, and
Never got a live person on the line. Surprise, surprise. All right, well, we'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Family members of the man charged in the fire attack on Israeli hostage supporters in Colorado have been arrested by ICE. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the wife and 5 children of Mohammed Sabri Salaman have been taken into custody to find out if they were involved in that attack in Boulder.
If they had any knowledge of it or if they provided support to it.
They're being processed for expedited removal. Salaman is here illegally from Egypt and faces federal and state charges after at least 12 people were hurt in Sunday's attack. Police said Salaman dressed as a gardener to get close to protesters when he used a makeshift flamethrower and Molotov cocktails on the crowd. An international economic development agency is cutting economic growth forecasts for the U.S.
The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development downgraded its predictions for U.S. growth this year from 2.2% to 1.6%, cited President Trump's tariff policies, economic uncertainty, a slowdown in immigration, and a smaller federal workforce. Global growth forecasts were also revised downward, although the slowdown is expected to be concentrated in North America. I'm Michael Kastner.
Some taxpayers can expect to receive refunds this month.
While many have already received their 2024 tax returns, most who filed their taxes in May are receiving their refunds in June. According to the IRS, refunds for taxpayers who filed online and opted for direct deposit should generally arrive within 3 weeks, but the process could take longer if a check in the mail was requested. Taxpayers can track their refund status on the IRS's Where's My Refund tool and via the IRS To Go app. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 214 points. The S&P 500 added 34 points. The Nasdaq gained 156 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Conservative Carol Nawrocki is the winner of Poland's weekend presidential runoff election.
According to the final vote count, Nawrocki won nearly 51% of the votes in a very tight race against liberal Warsaw Mayor Rafał Trzaskowski. The outcome suggests Poland can be expected to take a more populist and nationalist path under its new leader, who was backed by President Trump. Nawrocki succeeds Andrzej Duda, a conservative whose second and final term ends August 6th. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
President Trump is now threatening to fine the state of California for permitting a transgender athlete to compete in girls' sports.
It's a little harder this year. I mean, last year, everyone was like, no one cared. But this year, it's just different because all of a sudden everyone cares.
Trump made a Truth Social post on Monday night calling out Governor Gavin Newsom and saying large-scale fines will be imposed. It comes after 16-year-old A.B. Hernandez from Jurupa Valley High School won 2 medals in the girls' division at last weekend's state track and field championships in Clovis. Hernandez's participation in the track meet has prompted rule changes, federal investigations, and previous financial threats from President Trump. I'm Daniel Martindale.
A cup of coffee in the morning could help women stay healthy as they age.
Research out of Harvard University followed a group of 50,000 women for 30 years. Drinking coffee every morning was linked to staying mentally sharp and physically strong later in life. Decaf coffee and tea didn't have the same effect. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, get a new day underway in the Mountain Time as we work our way into, yes, Hump Day midweek. 4th day of June coming on here. Yeah, let me get back and finish up with the horse feathers. So you kind of got stuck on push 1 to speak English or push 2 to speak Espanol or what?
Yeah, no, there wasn't any of that. It was just each department, they had like 6 or 7 different numbers to push for different departments, and just everyone kind of went to, a different way, and even trying to, it said to look up a directory, and
yeah,
it went. One of them went. You had to put in the 3-digit extension number, which I don't know the extension number.
Right.
And then one said it was supposed to go to the look up by name, and it went to something completely wasn't even close to that. And then the other one went to the parts counter, and while you're sitting on hold, it says, well, you're in the queue, and if you'd like to be called back and the order of your call was received, you can push 2, and they'll call you back at some point. And they're, if you don't hear, if you don't get response,
right,
and try back at 7 o'clock the next morning. And it's like, all right, well, whatever. I'm trying to get a hold of you, but so I don't know. Maybe I'll try again. We'll give it another shot. But anyways. Hey, you remember last week there we were talking about the buses and that, and I guess it was a Greyhound that had an issue, and I gave you the question of what are the bus drivers' hours of service from the Department of Transportation, and I just looked it up here a few minutes ago, and I was correct. They are still underneath the 8, 10, and 15 rule.
Okay.
So they need 8 hours of rest, and they have 10 hours of driving and a 15-hour period. But they're underneath the old rules before, after ours got changed to the 11 and 14 and 34-hour restart. And, geez, you remember that whole thing? You had to have 2 midnight to 5 periods.
Yes, I remember
that.
What a mess that
got
was.
Rid of that. Yep. My God. Oh, my God. Yeah, everybody had a major drag race at 5 o'clock Monday morning to try to get somewhere out of a parking lot because you had to have the 2 midnight to 5s. Yeah, I don't know. So, anyways, though, I don't know. You wonder about rest. What's better? I mean, I always felt I had better rest underneath the 8, 10, and 15 rules there, and of course, all the team drivers in that time, they always ran 5 and 5 and never ran out of hours, and always felt good and didn't drive too long or work too long. And so, anyways, but other than that, I guess we're not going to change City Hall, and not today anyway. And I guess we're just kind of doing things as normal, and just got one load again because it's too hot, Your Honor. It's just too hot. Anyways, we'll let you go with that, and we'll let you do some due diligence there. How about
All righty, horse feathers. Have a good hump day. Yeah, it won't be long, and it'll be Casual Friday, right? As the world turns. Yeah, see, the U.S. Astronaut Hall of Fame held their annual induction ceremony this past Saturday. But one of this year's 2 honorees could not attend for a reason unique to all past enshrinements, they tell us. Bernard Harris, the first black astronaut to perform a spacewalk, took to the stage, received his induction medal, and unveiled the plaque that will represent him in the Hall of Fame at NASA's Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. His fellow 2025 inductee, Peggy Whitson, would have done the same, but was absent because she was in quarantine ahead of her upcoming 5th launch into space. Just like Harris, Whitson is retired from NASA, but since 2018 has been working for Axiom Space, a Houston-based space services company. She led the company's second mission to the International Space Station in 2023, and she's now set to lead its 4th AX-4 launching as soon as the second weekend of the month of June here. Like the 109 astronauts' displays that are already on exhibit, Harris' backlit plaque included his portrait etched in glass, his name, year of his induction, images of his mission patches. Harris conducted his historic EVA, or extravehicular activity as they call it, on the second of his 2 space shuttle flights back in 1995. He said, in truth, I didn't know I was the first African American until I got back inside and I got the call from then President Clinton, who wanted to talk to me and said, I kind of went like, what do you want to talk to me for? Whitson, meanwhile, is the first ever astronaut to be inducted into the Hall of Fame while in the midst of carrying out a mission, and only the second inductee to still be on active flight status at the time of or after her enshrinement. So very interesting stuff. Not that you'd know by looking at the patches on her Hall of Fame plaque, but her upcoming Axiom Space 4 emblem is missing, as is her prior commercial flight, which was AX-2. Based on the Hall's eligibility requirements, the honor is only open to NASA-trained crew members, which apparently now also extends to which missions are acknowledged on the astronaut's actual display. So I guess not really crediting the Axiom space missions to her enshrinement there, but found that rather interesting. About 13 past the hour. Hey, let's head on down to the Sunshine State, not too far from the Space Coast. Morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. I'll tell you what, Bernard Harris, man, there you go. That's the dude, man. That is an astronaut right there. I remember him. And but you know, that's the sign of just a regular guy there. You know, he's like, oh, it's just another day. This is what I do, and another day at work, just like you, Steve. You know,
right.
That's the sign of a regular person there. You know, and as far as Peggy Whitson, though, you remember last night I was talking to you about that brand new capsule they got? That's what she's going to be in. She's going to be in that brand new capsule that SpaceX put together. So they haven't even named it yet, from what I understand, and that crew will name it. So the first crew on it names it. So pretty good stuff there, buddy. I appreciate you pulling that out of the hat.
Yeah.
That monument, that's a big deal. That monument at the visitors complex also has all the past, you know, the folks that have passed away being astronauts, you know, Challenger, Columbia, you know, all the guys back in the day with Apollo and all that stuff. I mean, that's good stuff. That's what we need, Steve. We need history. Now, it's going to have to change, though, like you said there, because now we have commercial companies like SpaceX taking folks up there, and Axiom. And by the way, Axiom is going to build a space station just like the one that we have now. That's the plans, but there's going to be a lot different than the one we have right now. But that is the plan with Axiom. That's the reason Axiom is doing a lot of research on the space station, is because they are going to build another space station, and they're taking the technology that we have up there right now, and they're going to put it into another unit that's going to be floating above us. So, but that's good stuff, bud. I appreciate you having that. And I don't know if anybody out there has looked at the Overnight Drive page, Steve Sommers page, but I don't know if anybody's linked it up or not. Monkey Gouger had posted some of his old trucking buddies that had passed away. I don't know. Did you see that, Steve?
Yes, I did see a couple of guys that he remembered over the years, right? I did see that earlier.
Yeah, I think one of them's name was Peterbilt Pete, and then the Southern Shaker. Put kind of where a lot of guys are today in their jobs, you know, and mentored them and got them into driving. And we still need that out there. We still need that out there. I know we talk about these young drivers and these foreign drivers and all kinds of stuff. But still, you got to think about, in a positive note, we got to mentor some guys, you know. So if anybody has a question for any of you guys out there that's been out there for a long time, sometimes instead of complaining about it, you know, help them out. Say, hey, dude, you know, you did this wrong or whatever. And, you know, if they take it, they take it. If they don't take it, then move about your way. And, you know, you tried something different for the day. I mean, there's a lot of guys out there that don't do that as much anymore. And, you know, that's something that needs to happen. You know, I learned a lot off of a gentleman named Barney Culver. Johnny Culver owned S&S Trucking in Vero Beach, Florida, and he was the first guy that got me in the semis. You know, give me a chance. There was a lot of companies out there that don't give drivers a lot of chances back in the day. And he gave me a chance to drive flatbed for him and pull grapefruit out of the orange groves in Vero Beach area. You know, and Sterile Sparks down in Vero Beach on Sparks Trucking. He's another guy. I didn't drive for Sterile, but Sterile taught me a lot about how the business works and how things work, you know, and that's the guys we need out there, you know, and a lot of guys out there need to be mentors to other fellows and girls, you know, because they're just, people are just wanting information, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But getting on to what Eagle was talking about earlier, Steve, this situation with truckers not being able to park places and do different things, Steve, it has come down to today that an over-the-road truck driver literally has to sit in the dock and call DoorDash to get something to eat. And how bad has that become to where we have to sit somewhere and get something to eat? We can't physically drive our trucks into parking lots and park anymore. You can't, you know, parking at a rest area. I mentioned it last night, the Longwood rest area over here in Longwood, Florida. I'm going to be going by it here in just a little while. You know, those drivers, man, they're out there just trying to get some rest. That's all they're out there doing. They're just trying to get some sleep, carry on, do what they got to do. And you have to go through tons of aggravation. I don't know much about this. You know more about it than I do, Steve. Somebody had said there's an app where you can find out where there's truck parking. Is that true?
Yeah, there's several different applications out there, but most of them rely on input from other, you know, like other drivers have to kind of share, like they might be there and share the information. But yeah, there's several out there that are trying to get that up and running.
Yeah, I mean, it's a cool idea to tie it in with the technology. But on hindsight, looking at it, I mean, it's crazy that you got to do that kind of stuff. I mean, we all know we need to help each other out. You know, I mean, the days of like when a driver was broke down on the side and another driver came along and said, "Hey, can I help you?" You know, we know that's gone, and we know a lot of things. It's a lot of self-centeredness now and stuff like that. But I'll tell you, it's a different world out there, and you know, I would not want to be an over-the-road driver anymore. I absolutely would not. And I'll tell you what, I really feel for those guys that are out there doing the long stuff, you know, because they got to deal with a lot of garbage that they really shouldn't have to deal with, you know. But that's all I pretty much got for the night, buddy. I appreciate y'all having me, and I want everybody to be safe out there, and we'll catch you later.
All right, good to hear from you. Thanks for chiming in. Enjoy your hump day there in the Sunshine State, right? 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, hello to Mr. Jack once again. He's chimed in a bit earlier. Said, anybody figured out what watermelon lights are yet? It's just another name for chicken lights, essentially. That's what I've always heard them called, chicken lights. There you go. Yeah, Michael looked it up. Google says it's a type of marker or warning light commonly used on semi-trucks and other heavy vehicles. I don't know. Who decided to change chicken lights to watermelon lights? I don't know. Meanwhile, though, it's 844-844-3388. What's happening, Brain Dead? Running behind tonight, huh?
Yeah, because the idiot warehouse got two speeds, slow, slower, and stupid. I was held up at the warehouse for 3 hours tonight.
Wow.
Yeah, I know, they half retarded. But anyway, Steve, the sports guru here now. I'm going to get you a choice on what topic we're going to cover tonight. Now, I've got baseball, NFL football, college sports, and NASCAR. So go ahead and stew on that for just a minute because I want to respond to Eagle's second call from last night. Now, I've said this before, and I've said it 1,000 times, Eagle. I am 1,000% with you on the whole Mexican race. When they announced that in August of last year, I knew that this was the dumbest idea that somebody at NASCAR ever dreamed about or ever thought about. I mean, we know what we hear. I mean, it's not hard to hear. But they cannot, in 2 weeks, they cannot take this race and move it somewhere else. Mm-hmm. Because logistically, it's not feasible. I mean, why do you think they announce these schedules a year in advance? I mean, look at all the logistics work that goes into these things. You got to talk to the state governments, the local governments, the federal government, not federal, but the municipalities, the police department. You've got a lot of moving parts here just to even go. And even then, you have to have a contract with that. I mean, look at the Chicago race up there that's coming up next month. You realize they've been setting that up for last 2 to 3 weeks now for a race that's on July the 4th. You're talking about that long. So realistically, leaving this right now is not feasible. But what other abandoned NASCAR tracks do you think that they could run into that are readily available? Kentucky Speedway needs millions in renovations.
Yeah.
Chicagoland Speedway needs millions and millions of dollars of renovations. Hell, remember, what was it the other night I told you? Rockingham was up for sale.
Mm-hmm.
The state gave them $12 million for renovations, provided the ownership put up another $25 million. Does that tell you how much it was going to cost? So where do you move the race to? I mean, Mid-America, yeah, it's a good track. I would love to see the cars go back to Mid-America. I mean, I don't know. Well, I know you're not a road course fan like I am, but still, where do you move the race to? And especially at this short a time, it's not like your Saturday night short track. Hey, you know what? We got rained out. Come back next week.
Yeah.
It's not feasible. It's not going to happen. So, but my friend, I asked you the 4 questions. Which topic do you want to cover tonight? So let's go, Steve.
I'm thinking we're getting into the heart of baseball season. What do we got? Major League Baseball.
Good choice, my fine feathered friend. Oh, sorry, my fine friend. Now, go on to YouTube and find this video, because I have been a baseball fan as long as I can remember, and I have never seen a play like this. Ever seen this. There was a game the other night where the Detroit Tigers and the White Sox were playing the game. The batter, I can't remember his name, he hit a pop foul, and the catcher went over, caught the ball, but it bounced out, and the third baseman caught the ball. It kind of like ricocheted off of the catcher's glove when the catcher caught it.
Wow.
Ricocheted out of the glove into the third baseman glove. You've got to see this, because it's kind of one of those where you're like, holy crap, what did I just see?
Right.
Like,
the ball never hit the ground.
So,
wow.
Never hit the ground. So, let's see. Now, we were talking the other night about the problems and the issues with the Reds. The Phillies and the Braves also need to have the same issues and problems on what they need to fix. Because like I said, we're 45 days or so from the All-Star break, and September will be here before we know it. So, but the Phillies, Dan, and Buckwheat, they need one more reliever. Now, they are really heavily relying on the strain of that, heavily on Kennering strain and Romano in the wake of Alvarado's suspension. The bigger issue is someone not previously in a leverage role, such as Tanner Banks, Carlos Hernandez, or Joe Ross.
Okay, and then, so hold the thought there. We pause, catch the news update.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The mayor of Newark, New Jersey is suing one of President Trump's top lawyers over his arrest at an ICE facility last month.
Trespass is a state offense. It's not a federal offense. These guys need to find out the law before they begin running their mouth about what is right and what is wrong.
Ross Baraka filed the federal lawsuit against interim U.S. Attorney for New Jersey, Alina Habba, accusing her of defamation and false arrest.
I was cuffed, fingerprinted, took pictures of twice, once there and once in court for a classy misdemeanor, which you send summons to people for. You don't lock them up.
Baraka was taken into custody outside a ICE detention center when he and members of Congress demanded answers about the facility's conditions. He was charged with trespassing, but the case was later dropped by Habba. A federal judge criticized Habba's office for the arrest during a hearing last month, saying it suggests a worrying misstep. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so Yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, pick back up right where we left off there. All right. Take care of the news. Yeah, we left off, the Phillies, who were kind of like in a dead heat battle with the Mets, trying for the lead there in the National League East. Welcome back, Brain Dead.
Mm-hmm. Thank you there, Steve-O. No, they need another pitcher in there right now that's going to be good in the rotation. Tyler Banks, Carlos Hernandez, or Joe Ross would be great to take the leverage role, but Tewan Walker, who is returning to the bullpen, could also be good. Now, Brother Rambler, I got 2 for you, so pay attention here and listen up. The Braves need to send Ozuna down to the minors bad. He is struggling offensively. I think they said he's re-injured his hip again, and he just needs to go down. He's seen more pitches in the strike zone than his hit percentage has dropped. Now, don't get me confused here now. There is a Brian Dela Cruz here, not Ellie, but Brian Dela Cruz here. That would be a good replacement in his DH spot on a temporary basis. But Drake Baldwin or Alex Verdugo would be better in the longer run, my opinion. Now, is Rick Friend on the line, or is he back asleep?
I think Rick's up and at him. He said good morning, Brain Dead. He's there.
Okay, well, he gave me the homework for the weekend about the 2025 MLB draft is coming up. So take some notes here because it's going to be very critical. Now, the draft is coming up at the end of the month, which is the 21st to the 25th. The projected number one overall pick is going to be Ethan Holiday. He is a very hot prospect, very hot. I mean, he could really turn the teams around like they did in 2013 with that draft class. Now, he should be going to the Nationals. Now, you got to remember who his dad is. His dad is Matt Holliday. Yes, the Matt Holliday from the Cardinals. And his brother is Jackson Holliday for the Orioles. So, Rick, the Reds will have the 9th pick. Now, they need to take Seth Hernandez. Now, he could be a solid pickup. He's committed to, I'm sorry, I've got that frog in my throat again, Vandy. But he struck out 11 in a 7th inning complete game on April the 11th. On the 10th, he allowed 3 hits and 1 walk. Now, his average mile-an-hour fastball is 96 mile an hour. And he does throw a four-seamer up and in the zone, plus a 2-seamer version of the heater downstairs. Not only does he have a powerful arm, but he has one of the best changeups in all of baseball right now. Now, they are saying he is very similar to Hunter Green, who is out, I believe, I saw tonight, with a groin injury. They're going to do an MRI on him. But time will only tell. This is what they need to take. I know Brother Rambler's listening, so here we go. The Braves are going to take the 22nd pick. Now, they should take Maurice Houston, as a lot of scouts are comparing him to Dansby Swanson. He plays currently at Wake Forest as a shortstop, freshman. He plays at Wake Forest as a shortstop. As a freshman in 2023, he helped them get to a 3rd-place College World Series. Now, he is no doubtedly the best shortstop in this whole draft. No doubt. He has solid grades for his quickness and his arm strength, as he has smooth actions and plenty of range at both sides. And he'll be a great defender. In his first 2 college seasons, he was an average hitter with below power. Now that he has kind of added some muscle to him, he's got extra power and should be the hitter to watch. Now, my beloved Cardinals will have the 5th pick. Now I would take Eli Willits. He is committed to the Boomer Sooners. I know Big Ed will probably be happy about that. And he is a switch hitter, but he is better on the left side. Now, he is 17 and is exceptionally polished with his bat-to-ball skills. They say he should average 15 home runs a season. Now, he is the best to play as shortstop. No other spot but the shortstop. But now the other teams need to watch this kid because he is a runner. You get him on base, expect a stolen base.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve, finally, while we're at it here, the Phillies got the 26th pick. Now, this pick is going to be great because they should take Matthew Fisher. He comes from Evansville Memorial High School, the same Evansville Memorial High School that spawned Don Mattingly. They have not had a player drafted since '93, and he is the state of Indiana's best prep pitcher since Ash Russell and Nolan Watson, which became first rounders 10 years ago. Now, this is something I found interesting. He is also a star quarterback. He throws a 92, 93 mile an hour fastball that has a natural cut. He also throws an 80 mile an hour slider and an upper 70 mile an hour curveball while showing fading at the mid 80s. He would be a great mid-rotation starter for them. So, but with Steve, my friend, I got a couple of things tied to the NFL here. So I'm gonna save it to tomorrow. Steve, you have a good day, my friend.
You do the same. I thought he's working on his weekend. 844-844-3388. Morning, Pappy. What's happening?
What's going on, Steve? Rolling squares, man.
Ah, okay. Off night tonight,
I get
huh?
ready for the work. Yesterday and tonight, so back to work. I guess today, Wednesday and Thursday. Then I'll have the weekend though. Hey, man, you were talking about a little bit about the population of the Earth. That's straight out of Bill Gates' playbook, man. Too many humans on the Earth, Steve. We got to get rid of them. Sucking up all the resources, right? We got to kill the cows, destroy the food supply. Kill all them chickens that are laying them eggs, man. What's a better way to do it? Hey, let's create a pandemic, and then we'll create a vaccine that's more harmful than the damn pandemic. Bad luck, get out of here. Steve, this is real. Make no mistake about it, man. Let me ask you this, Steve. Is it easier for the globalist? Their big thing is control, right? They got to control everybody. Just like China's got to control their population. Is it easier to control billions of people? Or is it easier to control millions of people or thousands of people? The less people you got, it's easier to control them. Man, we keep talking about space travel a little bit. Steve, do you remember me bringing this up a while back? First of all, again, it's the globalists. Most of them, if not all, Steve, they're all atheists. This transhumanism. You heard that word been thrown out here lately?
I've heard it, but I don't really know what the hell they're talking about.
Well, it's this promise of everlasting life without God.
Oh.
Right? And, Steve, this is crazy stuff. And they're promoting space travel for humans to evolve so we can do space travel. Remember the $6 Million Man TV show?
I loved it, yeah.
All right. Astronaut Steve Austin, his plane broke up and he crashed and he was on his deathbed, but he was going to live, and they were like, we have the technology to rebuild him even better. Steve, that's back in the 70s.
Yep.
Right? So part of their way they want to promote this is that humans just don't have the ability to do space travel. I mean, it's a 6-month journey to Mars to get us there.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen what happened to the astronauts that got stuck up in the International Space Station, and they weren't expecting it for, how long were they up there? Every bit of 6 months.
Yeah, closer to 8.
It took them a while to get
8
back.
months, yeah.
Yeah. So if they can create these humanoid robots that can withstand space travel, where zero gravity has no effect, but you still maintain your brain. Steve, this is real stuff, man. I'm not playing with you here. You remember me telling you a couple months back, several months ago maybe, that they developed a computer that can scan the human brain and put that person's memories into a database. Did you just hear what I told you, Steve?
I hear it, but that's science fiction.
Yes, sir. Is it? where they can take your brain, put it into a software program, so to speak, plug it into a robot, and there you go. You got Steve Sommers walking around with a bunch of wires and pumps and artificial hearts and artificial legs. Steve, look what they are doing with the human body. And most of it's for the good. Nobody wants to die, right? Get your legs blown off in war, just like the $6 million man. We can replace him even better. The heart's going out. We'll give you a new one, man. This is like Frankenstein stuff, Steve,
Mm-hmm.
that these globalists want to get to. I don't know, man. You know, part of me says, well, you know, if you need a new heart, even not a human heart, but, you know, a manufactured heart, which they have, to keep somebody alive, hey, you know. But I'm telling you, these globalists, man, they want to become God. They want to think they're God, where they can have everlasting life, right? Without the things you have to do on earth to receive that from our Lord and Savior. I saw an interesting interview with, what's that one comedian, Bill Barr? And it was with Tucker. And he was talking about atheists. He's like, listen, he said, I'm not a true atheist. He said, a lot of atheists, they just don't, it's not that we don't believe in God. We just have no proof.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He said, if you could really convince me that there's a God, okay, you know, but I'm just not convinced. I found that kind of an interesting deal. But hey, let me get the VIX. Why I got out of construction, right? Steve, first off, construction, man, it's Murphy's Law, brother. If anything can go wrong, it will. I mean, and I'll tell you another thing, Steve, it was getting hard really working in winters. You know, in cold winters, man. Taking its toll. Quality control, there was a little bit of that, Steve. When I first got into it, we were still building houses, right? We weren't having these prefab houses that are building warehouses where they build all the walls and everything, and they bring them out on a truck, and you take this wall and attach it to A, attach it to B, attach it to C, you know? The quality went down a little bit. Back in the old days, they were using 2x6
mm-hmm.
for trusses. They were all hand cut, Steve, you know? But, I mean, it's still the 2x4 trusses, the way they're made. Technology sometimes came into effect with engineering and everything. But he said they were using 2x2s for trusses. Now, that doesn't surprise me, but it blows my mind. When he was talking about and Steve, I've seen this happen. You got plywood, and you got what's called OSB board, which I don't even know if you can find plywood anymore. It's so expensive. But that OSB board, is a bunch of wood chips that are all glued together. Now, Steve, that stuff's strong. Don't get me wrong here, okay? It's some pretty strong stuff. But the difference is when you start talking about particle board, which is a bunch of sawdust, which is compact and glued together, which they use a lot for making furniture, right? They just laminate it with whatever. If that stuff gets wet, Steve, it just dissolves. And I'm telling you, Steve, I don't know how it got back in past inspectors. I seen somebody building a house, sheeting that roof out with half-inch particle board. I was just blown away. Thank goodness the guy I worked for a while, he was a good dude, and he wanted to build a good product. You know, it meant a lot to him. And you've seen some other builders that, Steve, they just didn't care. Get them houses up as fast as you can when the 80s hit, you know, and the housing market just boomed.
The boom, yeah.
It was build as many as you can, make as much money as we can. And that was another thing, Steve, is your salary was never guaranteed, you know, from one year to the next.
Mm-hmm.
Weather played a factor. So sometimes, Steve, depending on your work crew, getting these guys to show up on Monday after you handed them their paycheck on Friday. Anyway, the ex-father-in-law, man, I used to see Snell, but Steve, he was a Hamilton County deputy. And for 10 years, he kept telling me, man, why don't you get on with the county? I remember when I first got out of the Navy, I went down to the application and down at the workhouse at jail and never heard nothing about it, and just didn't really follow up and push the issue, you know. But he kept telling me about the benefits. Steve, I get 15 sick days a year. Think of this. Think about what I'm getting ready to tell you. I get 15 sick days a year, and they carry over.
Wow.
Steve, there was a point in time when I could literally call in sick for 2 years.
You had that much built up. You know, my previous employer, I mean, I think I had 7 a year, and they did, and I was there 23 years. They capped it out at a certain point. I think it was like 9 weeks. But I mean, for years, I had 9 weeks every year, just, you know.
Yeah, these were 15 a year from the day you start, and there was no cap out, Steve. Now, when you retire, if you got 1,000 sick days on the books, now let me back up. They would only pay you top out at 800. You couldn't cash in no more than 800. So what happens when people getting close to retire, they start calling in sick because they know they're going to lose them sick days. But you can cash in 800 hours, and they will pay you 800 hours for the sick days you did not use.
Wow.
First year you're there, you get 2 weeks vacation. After 5 years, you get 3 weeks. After 10 years, you get 4 weeks. After 20 years, you get 5 weeks, and then you top out at 25 years, Steve, you get 6 weeks vacation. Steve, my first job in construction, I got 1 week vacation, no sick days. Right? If I missed a day because of snow or something, I usually ended up taking a vacation day because I couldn't afford to go.
Mm-hmm.
I have a wife and young babies. I couldn't afford to go with them. I'm missing a day's pay. You know, I'd be out there working in the rain because I could not afford to miss a day. Well, then the show Cops came on. Late 80s, early 90s. I'm like, man, that looks like fun. Maybe Patty's dad was right. That job looks like pretty much fun. So what the heck? Fill out an application, and, well, 33 years later, here I am. And what's funny, Steve, I don't know if I ever told you this. I was on Cops. I got 2 episodes. They came to Hamilton County and rode with us twice. Lucky me, they decided to put them with me. I'll tell you why off air sometime, right?
Okay.
But they put them with me, and I was able to get a couple episodes on there. So, which was kind of cool, I guess. I remember I was down in bomb school, right? 2 months of school down in Huntsville, Alabama, going to bomb school down there, hazardous device school. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning. It's during the week, Steve. Now, I'm trying to sleep. I'm not a big partier, man. I'm just not. But the buddy I went down with, he's a partier. He's not one to just go out every night, but he's a partier. It's during the week. We got school the next day. 1 o'clock in the morning, my cell phone rings. It's these guys over in somebody. There's like 10 of them over in somebody else's room. They're all drinking, watching TV. Hey, we just saw you on Cops, man. Dude, you woke me up for this. Quick, hung up on them. But, Steve, it was rewarding when you build a house, right? You frame a house. That's what I was doing. I was framing houses. When we were with another remodeling company, we did it all. Jack of all trades, man. We dug the footers, framed it, put the siding on it, did all the electrical work. I'm a jack of all trades, Steve. Used to be. But when building houses, you build that house, man. You frame that house. It's all done. You're packing up. You know you're done. And we'd all stick around and maybe go get a 12-pack of beer and sit around, drink a couple beers, and just stand there and look at that house saying, man, this thing's going to be here a long time when I'm dead and gone. This house is still going to be standing here.
Mission accomplished, right? That's. Hey, we roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast. Well, we got to pause there. But we'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The mayor of Newark, New Jersey is suing one of President Trump's top lawyers over his arrest at an ICE facility last month.
Trespass is a state offense. It's not a federal offense. These guys need to find out the law before they begin running their mouth about what is right and what is wrong.
Ross Baraka filed the federal lawsuit against interim U.S. Attorney for New Jersey, Alina Habba, accusing her of defamation and false arrest.
I was cuffed, fingerprinted, took pictures of twice, once there and once in court for a classy misdemeanor, which you send summons to people for. You don't lock them up.
Baraka was taken into custody outside a ICE detention center when he and members of Congress demanded answers about the facility's conditions. He was charged with trespassing, but the case was later dropped by Habba. A federal judge criticized Habba's office for the arrest during a hearing last month, saying it suggests a worrying misstep. The White House is pointing out the immigration status of the suspect allegedly behind Sunday's fire attack on Israeli hostage advocates in Boulder, Colorado.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt noted the Egyptian man had overstayed his tourist visa.
And now, 3 years later, after coming to this country under Joe Biden's administration, he is lighting Jewish people on fire.
He went on to say this person should have been deported a long time ago. President Trump said the attack will not be tolerated in the United States of America. He added the suspect came in through Biden's ridiculous open border policy, and he must go out under Trump policy. Mark Mayfield.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is reportedly ordering the Navy to remove Harvey Milk's name from a supply ship.
A defense official confirmed the plans to military.com and said the timing during Pride Month was intentional. Milk, a pioneering gay rights advocate, served in the Navy during the Korean War, but was discharged due to his sexual orientation. He was a member of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors when he was assassinated in 1978. At the time, Milk was opposing a statewide ballot measure to fire gay teachers. I'm Dina Kodiak.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
The latest trial for the so-called Doomsday Mom has been delayed. Jury selection in Phoenix was set to begin Monday in Lori Vallow Daybell's third trial.
But she told the judge again she was too sick to proceed. Final selection resumes Wednesday. He was found guilty in the same city in April for conspiring to kill her fourth husband in 2019 with the help of her brother. Vallow Daybell was convicted in Idaho in 2023 for the murder of her two young children and for conspiring to murder husband Chad Daybell's first wife. She's accused of conspiring with her late brother in the attempted murder of her ex-nephew-in-law in this latest trial. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
The Food and Drug Administration is updating a tomato recall in 3 southeastern states.
The agency says there's a higher possibility that salmonella contamination could lead to serious adverse health consequences or death. The FDA said that the recalled batch is no longer in stores, but the bacteria can survive for weeks in dry environments and for months if frozen. They were distributed between April 23rd and 28th in Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina under the H&C Farms label. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Washington State is supporting Michigan in a lawsuit against its law that prohibits conversion therapy on minors.
Conversion therapy, also called sexual orientation or gender identity change efforts, attempts to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity. The case is currently in the U.S. Court of Appeals. 19 states, including Washington, support Michigan's ban. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, cue the microphone as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Got a Wednesday, hump day, here it is. All right, let me quickly get back, finish up with Pappy here. Kind of left off there looking at the wonder of accomplishment, building a home.
Yeah, Steve, I mean, it was really something else. Even as little as building a deck on the back of somebody's house or something, you know. But you build that home and you're standing there looking at it and you realize, man, this thing's going to be here. I'm dead and gone. It's going to still be here for 100, 200 years. You know, I can literally drive all around this county, even up in Butler County. Yeah, I built that house. Yeah, I worked on that house, put a room addition on that house. Mm-hmm. There's a piece of railing over on Boudinot Avenue, 1978, first job. Now, I'll give you the company's name. I don't care. It was Schneider Home Equipment right here locally. They did a lot of storm windows, replacement windows. Very first job I ever did, Steve, was put a piece of railing up on this 4-family apartment building, and that railing is still there today.
Wow.
And that's a good company, Steve. I don't even know. I guess they're still in business. I don't know, but it's a local company, family run, great family, great company, Steve. And whatever the customer takes to make them happy, they will do it. Just a great company to be able to work for a while there. But so, Steve, one day we're standing out there drinking a couple beers. Guys across the street come walking over. They were building another house. They weren't with us. It was a different company, but they come walking over. And there's probably about a 60-year-old man comes walking over. He's got a coffee can in his hand. And we're just standing there, and I'm looking at him, and I'm thinking to myself, man, that is not going to be me. I am not going to be 60 years old out here swinging a hammer. And Steve, he took the lid off of that coffee can. He had some cicadas in there. He reached in and grabbed one by its wings and put it in his mouth and threw the wings down on the ground, just started chewing. Good protein, man. Yeah, that's not going to be me, baby.
Wow.
I took about a $30,000 pay cut, Steve, to go work for the sheriff's office. Just for the simple fact, what I told you was the benefits,
yep,
that guaranteed paycheck every week. You know what I'm saying? I mean, law enforcement, Steve, we kind of pay the price, you know? I mean, you're not going to get rich being a cop. That's just a fact. And you pay the price. I don't want to say it's like going to war because I mean, these guys that go to war and come back, they've seen some things. But, Steve, I'm telling you, I've seen some things in the last 33 years. I can't tell you how many fatal car crashes I've been on. Lost count. We have a fatal car crash. I'll go home and sleep like a baby that night, man. It's sad, but it's just, gunshot wounds. First time I'm standing over somebody that was shot and killed on a homicide. Takes its toll on you. But hey, it's part of the job, man. It is what it is, You kind of just learn to live with it. Don't let it get to you too bad. You really see what society is like out here.
Yeah.
If you could take everybody, say they get out of high school or whatever, I don't know, the age of 21, force them to be a cop, kind of like Israel Army. Make them come out here and be a cop for 2 years. Their whole life view will change, Steve. I'm telling you, man. When you see how some people live compared to others, and some people act compared to the others, and what it's really like out, on the streets, man. It's an eye opening. All right, brother. I took enough of your time here. I'm gonna get off here. Appreciate you letting me vent, I guess.
Okay. Well, thank you for the update, Pappy.
10 months to go.
And as they say, the rest of the story, right?
Yes, sir. Everybody be safe. Thank you.
Hammer down. All right, going to get an update from Knucklebuster here. See how Tennessee's doing. First, we got Dave. 3 fat truckers. How the hell are you, Dave?
Oh, good morning, Steve. How are you doing this fine morning?
I'm doing well. Thanks for hanging in there.
Just out here traveling up and down the highway, heading down to Corpus Christi, Texas today, and thought I would give you a holler out and thank you for giving us a chance to stop and talk to you down there at the Matt Show.
Yeah, it was great to meet you guys there.
The show every day.
It was a shame we couldn't fit everybody into our little booth there at one time.
Well, that's okay. You're dealing with fat truckers here, so you got 2 or 3 of us that are there, and then we went and added a girl to the show, so that kind of squeezed everything else in there a little tighter. But so far, it seems to be pretty good. But by the way, I asked that same question that you asked earlier tonight about the chicken lights and the watermelon lights, and it's funny. They told me these young kids really like the way the lights stick out, like the old-time bulb lights that were rounded stick out. It makes a better light spray with the LED, and they started calling them watermelon lights, is what I was told at the Matt Show. So
is that it?
like,
okay.
Chicken light. Yeah, chicken lights are just normal lights down the side is how it was explained to me, but I've been out here doing this 46 years, so the new generation's coming in, making their changes, I guess, to what trucking's going to be. The best part about that is last week on the show, we had a conversation about what was some of the best things to do for new drivers, and everybody complains. Back in the day, everybody communicated with the CB radios and helping drivers out, and unfortunately, there's not as much out there today, but I do notice a lot of guys not helping newer truck drivers. Parking's horrendous, and I don't know who decided to make every parking spot straight in. At least Loves and Pilots are not friendly with their parking remediations, but if guys get out and help somebody now and then, because we all had to learn at one time, unfortunately. So if guys would get out and help, it would help these new guys out a little bit. And that's probably the best advice you can get to them, that and patience. Being out here this long, I drove locally for 30 years and over the road for probably 10 or 15 off and on, but patience is the biggest thing, because weather, dispatchers, brokers, traffic, cars, all going to test your patience every day.
Mm-hmm.
And the best way to get through all that is not be in a hurry, because it never fails. You can plan something with your family, and there's always, at the end of the day, something going to change it up. Between weather, traffic, dispatch, broke down, a flat tire, either way, you're the one that's going to pay. So, but I have actually enjoyed this last stint of driving over the road. I don't remember if we told you, but this is a weird situation. I actually get paid hourly for being an over-the-road driver, which is not a common thing in this industry anymore. Right. But it seems to work, because you have a computer in here telling the company and the government everything I'm doing, so they pretty much can track if you're not working or you are working. So I think it's a safer and better way that they may ought to start paying, slowing drivers down, not penalizing the drivers for weather, shippers, dispatchers lying to them. You know, it does have a benefit of that, but I don't know if companies are ready to make that step and go into that direction yet. But I think it would be a better way to do it in today's society. So, but that's about all I had. I just wanted to give you guys a shout out. I enjoy listening to your show every morning. Get a lot of content out of this. You guys keep us up to date on what's going on out here besides us seeing it. So I really appreciate it.
So remind the listeners out there, you guys, the Three Fat Truckers podcast. How many episodes you do? Is it like one a week? I can't remember. You kind of explained it all.
Yeah, we drop one every Saturday night. Actually, starting this week, we're going to do it live on Facebook every Saturday night at 7 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully here in the next few weeks, we're going to do it on TikTok too, and possibly YouTube, all three of those live. But we drop it once a week because we literally are out here every night.
Right.
And you can pretty much look up the show. We're everywhere. We're on Spotify, iHeart, Apple. You go down the search, and if you can look us up on YouTube, you can go to our website, which is 3ftpodcast.org, or you can email us at show3ftpodcast.org. And we actually even have a call-in number now. If you want to call in on the live, we find it's actually easier to text. We're not quite set up for the calls yet, but you can text the show. And if anybody would want to do that, you can do that at 260-300-342. So it would be 260-300-0342. But you can reach out, check us out, look us up. It's a little bit of bad dad jokes, some food, because we are fat truckers out here, and we're some of the best places to find the best fried bologna out here on the highway.
Yeah.
Or the Mississippi best gas station food. But and then we stay up a little bit of news, and that's what we let the girl do, kind of mix it up, and she breaks up the manon of three guys sitting there whining. She'll get in there and throw some jabs at us and keep us on our toes. So
it's always a good time. Always a good time.
I hope you guys. We try to keep it light and easy. Try to keep them down to about 45 minutes, not too long a show. So, if you're looking for something going down the highway, listening, you need a change up. Yeah, stop by, give us a shot. I think we're at episode 106, something like that. So we've been doing it 3 years now. So we kind of got our sea legs a little bit and thought we would branch out and start doing it live and get a set time to when we're doing it. We used to just drop our shows every day at 3 o'clock on Sunday, but now I think we're going to step it up, so get the audience more active in it and let them talk, get some response back is what we're trying to do. Kind of like what you do.
Yeah.
I really like what you do, and it seems to be a good format, and it's good to hear from these guys. It really is. These people out here that have been doing this for a short time or a long time, it's really interesting listening to some of their questions and what they're thinking about and what they're running into troubles. We don't have a big outreach on some of the higher up, but we seem to be able to get some message out to people to help them out a little bit. So that's the best we can do in this line of business, I guess, because I do got a question for everybody, and I don't know if many people thought about this yet, but if this business goes to autonomy and you got a robot driving the truck down the road and the truck breaks down, who's going to put the triangles out? That always wondered me if I got an autonomy truck.
Yep.
So, but I hope you have a good night, Steve. I will not bother you. Mosey my way down here. Enjoy listening to you guys. I hope you have a wonderful week this week. We'll check back in with you here soon.
Thank you.
Keep you updated on what's going on.
Thanks, Dave, for checking in. And Dave's got to get a first-time caller code here from Hot Shot Secret. I got your number down. Yeah, 3 fat truckers. Dave normally just chimes in. He'll jump in on Facebook there and say good morning, whatever. But yeah, I had the opportunity to meet to tell the rest of the crew. We said hello from the Steve Sommers overnight drive crew there. 3 fat truckers. All right, there you go. Morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Well, no offense to him, but I only listen to Steve Sommers overnight drive Monday through Friday. Other than that, I just listen to music there. So anyway, Steve, Tennessee is going to be okay. I pissed her off today. I don't know what all she was saying, but she cussed me, and I couldn't understand some of the words she was saying. But the last thing I heard my daughter tell me was go to work, Dad.
Wow.
And all I was trying to do was take the fork out of her hand and help her feed herself, cut that meatloaf up a little bit. So,
Yeah.
I don't know, but she told me she could do it herself, though. But I just thought she needed some help there. So, but they keep running tests on her, making sure she's okay. So, but it's just going to be a long road to recovery there. You know how that goes. So,
yeah.
But I appreciate everybody with the continued prayers for that girl. So I've been hanging out with her for 45 years. So I'd like to continue hanging out with her there. So, them St. Louis Cardinals are going to have to get better, buddy. 10-7. I think that was the final score against the Royals last night. So, well, the watermelon lights and the old roof lights on the trucks used to look like the end of a watermelon when you looked at it. It would be round and then tapered off. And they'd come out with these square-looking things. I don't care what they call them. I got a couple of them still on my truck here that are round and tapered off there, hang off a mirror frame there. So, I see people wearing T-shirts now saying Jesus is dope.
Right.
Well, to me, dope is something bad, But they say, no, dope is good now.
Yeah,
no, dope
right.
ain't never been good in my book. So, I don't understand. Maybe I've done got too old or something. I don't know. I don't know if our artificial intelligence has got good enough to wipe my memory clean and put it on the computer, but they're working on that stuff every day of the week there. So maybe Pappy's right. I don't know. And sounds like Pappy is just an agnostic, not an atheist. An atheist says there ain't no God. An agnostic says, well, I don't know if there really is a God, but I just don't have enough proof yet, So, well, we don't learn anything, do we? Oh, tail sound that alarm on them Chinese nationals. See, when are we going to figure it out that China is the root of our problems there?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Clintons were in bed with the Chinese. Walmart's in bed with them. You know that. Everything down there at Walmart's made in China just about. So why go to Walmart and buy anything? I mean, I guess you can do what you want to do with your own money there, right? Well, I read with them Pittsburgh Squealers.
Yes, sir.
They had some of their players there with President Trump, and some of their fans didn't like it, so they sent them nasty letters. Can you imagine that?
People get bent out of the shape for the dumbest things, don't they?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but Pittsburgh Squealers there, they sent a letter to them there. That's what I was reading in that article that said, well, the players don't definitely represent the views of the organization.
Yeah.
So maybe you need to put that disclaimer out on yours at the start of your show. These are all political views and don't necessarily in line with the views of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive show. That'd keep you out of legal trouble, wouldn't it?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Well, I hadn't got to read it all, but I read some of it there. Archaeologists have uncovered compelling evidence of the true location where Jesus turned water into wine. He's at a wedding there.
Yeah.
So they think they know where that's. I mean, there's a lot of science in the Bible. So they keep discovering it every day. Now, they keep looking over there. Jesus Christ is the only one that died, buried in the ground, rose again. They're still over there every day of the week trying to find his body, but they won't never find it because he ain't there, people. In John chapter 2, where Jesus turned water into wine, he told them to fill 6 vessels with water, and he turned that water into wine. So if you'll fill your vessel with the living water, which is Jesus Christ, what he told that woman in John chapter 4, that he was the living water, then he'll turn that water into wine, which is joy for your life. See, so, and I've got a lot of joy in mine there. So anyway, y'all call Steve at 844-844-3388. And I don't know who that was trying to better my commercial last night.
Okay.
I hope he's a better truck driver. I hope he's a better truck driver than he was a commercial guy. So,
all right. Well, thanks for the.
Apparently, he didn't like the way I said advertise for you, Steve. So I don't know. He'll get over it.
That's funny.
So, that's all
right. Thanks for the update there, Knuckle Buster. I guess it's going to be a long process, but all right. Continued prayers for Tennessee there. Hello to Donald, checking in here a bit earlier via the email. Flying too low here. Headed to Shreveport with a three-blade prop. Waving a hand to horse feathers. Good show. All right. Thank you much there, Donald. Yeah, and I don't know. I knew what Pappy was talking about. He wasn't talking about himself, about needing more proof that God exists. He's a true believer. It was somebody else he was talking about in that particular story. But it is News Break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The mayor of Newark, New Jersey is suing one of President Trump's top lawyers over his arrest at an ICE facility last month.
Trespass is a state offense. It's not a federal offense. These guys need to find out the law before they begin running their mouth about what is right and what is wrong.
Ross Baraka filed the federal lawsuit against interim U.S. Attorney for New Jersey, Alina Habba, accusing her of defamation and false arrest.
I was cuffed, fingerprinted, took pictures of twice, once there and once in court for a class classy misdemeanor, which you send summons to people for. You don't lock them up.
Baraka was taken into custody outside a ICE detention center when he and members of Congress demanded answers about the facility's conditions. He was charged with trespassing, but the case was later dropped by Haba. A federal judge criticized Haba's office for the arrest during a hearing last month, saying it suggests a worrying misstep. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
6 divisions of competitors hope to have that magic touch in Hotch. Meanwhile, kicking off the regional circuit is as easy as 1, 2, 3. Pulling fans, it's almost time for that first crank of the starter, that first green flag, and that first class victory celebration. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Raider Report.
It is here! After 229 silent days and nights, the National Tractor Pullers Association's Championship Pulling Series roars to life once again. The world's toughest competitors and the world's greatest fans will convene at the McLeod County Fairgrounds in Hutchinson, Minnesota for the 2025 Power Pull Nationals, this Friday and Saturday, June 6th and 7th. The event is the first of the regular season for the Grand National Circuit presented by Case IH. 6 divisions will break the seal on the new season beginning at 7 p.m. Central. Newfield's Ag Superstock Diesel will have defending champ Colin Ross begin his quest for a 5th title with his family's triple bypass McCormick. The reigning Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock champion is Brent Meyer. He and his injected funds John Deere will be out to extend their dominance for a 3rd straight year. Coming off their first Superstock Diesel 4x4 championship season are Craig Dickey and his Cummins Killer 3. He'll be looking to pilot his Duramax powered GMC to its first GN win after a season of consistent finishes earned him the 2024 crown. The Dr. Preload Super Semi road to the title was ruled by R.J. Simon's Drivers Wanted Peterbilt. We'll see what the rest of the rigs have to say about that this year, starting in Hutchinson. Last season's CM Pulling Tires modified mini champ Brian McDonald is taking a step back from full-time competition, but there will still be plenty of contenders for the title in one of the sport's most rapidly expanding divisions. And Bill Leischner will be going for his 2nd NTPA modified title when he fires up his Dirt Slinger for the first time in 2025. We hope you can make it to Hutchinson for the launch of the NTPA's 55th championship campaign. But if you can't, you can watch all of the proceedings live or on demand at fullpull.live and on the Full Pull app for smart devices. This week also marks the launch of the Case IH NTPA Superfan Experience Contest, with the grand prize being a Farmall SC25 compact tractor plus $4,000 in cash. Register to win on the contest page at ntpapull.com under the More menu tab. While the focus of the Grand National competitors is firmly fixed on central Minnesota, action also gets going Saturday night in not 1, not 2, but 3 different NTPA regions. In the newly reborn Steiner Tractor Parts Region 1, it's the Waynesburg, Pennsylvania Megapole at the Greene County Fairgrounds at 7 p.m. Eastern. Region 1 will incorporate 4 events across PA and West Virginia and will confer titles and enterly pull-off berths on light Pro Stock and Super Stock 4-wheel drive. In Steiner Tractor Parts Region 2's westernmost outpost, it's the Ileana Hub Shakedown at the pole grounds in the border town of Boswell, Indiana. The association is marking its return to Boswell for the first time in a decade, with a 4-class show beginning at 6 p.m. Eastern. And on Steiner Tractor Parts Region 3's traditional launch pad, the Pierce County Fairgrounds in Ellsworth, Wisconsin, it's the Showdown in Kerntown beginning at 6:30 p.m. Central, featuring 12 NTPA and Wisconsin Tractor Pullers classes on 2 tracks. Check out ntpapull.com or the NTPA mobile app for details regarding these and all NTPA events this season. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Dunlap. So, as he said, it's finally here. And as always, Hot Shot Secret will be there as well. Actually, kicking off Friday, Saturday, the NTPA Power Pool Nationals there in Minnesota. Another season officially about to get underway. And let me jump over to our market brief. Shorty's been sharing this with me. I appreciate you passing this our way. Just some updates, things that are going on out there in the markets, the economy, tariffs, and those sort of things. All right, when it comes to tariffs, we'll start right there. President Trump's tariff fight to keep the tariffs in effect might very well go to the Supreme Court. As last week, one court, as you'll recall, tried to stop the tariffs. Then another court said they're still good to go. Treasury Secretary Lutnick says tariffs are not going away. This kind of reminds us of when Taco Bell tried to take away the Mexican pizza from the menu, then brought it right back. Oddly enough, oil prices jumping. OPEC Plus just increased production, yet prices are actually spiking. OPEC Plus, it's kind of like the club of the world's biggest oil producers. It's the increasing tensions between Russia and Ukraine that are causing prices to jump. Shares of Chevron and ExxonMobil were both up on the news as gas prices often rise when the price of West Texas Intermediate crude does the same. Steel shares heated up Monday after the surprise announcement Friday. The tariff announcement, Trump doubling steel and aluminum tariffs to 50% starting today, Wednesday. Steel makers tend to make more money when prices are higher. Steel stocks rose on that news. Cleveland Cliffs was up 23%. Nucor was up in excess of 10%. Steel Dynamics up 10.3%. Meanwhile, what else in the mix? China and the U.S. We've been watching, witnessing. Things have been rather heated, not getting along too well. Both countries accusing each other of violating a trade deal they made last month, but now Trump is set to meet with China this week. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is hopeful that a friendly conversation between Trump and Xi Jinping could lead to some tariff progress. That is the hope anyway. Now, the latest on that, we had a bit more here. The predicted conversation between President Trump and Chinese leader Xi Jinping may include a third world leader, should this call happen, which is slated for Thursday. Trump may actually add the visiting German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz. Trump has been known to take advantage of meeting opportunities to introduce people or bring them in on discussions that they might not have planned on. Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt told reporters about the potential call during a briefing Monday. She did not mention any indication about the possibility of Merz being in on the conversation. Still, the potential of leaders of three of the most powerful nations in the world together on a phone call about important economic issues, something that does not happen very often, especially if there's a surprise element, but the clock is ticking as world leaders are still debating their long-term response to the tariff strategy. There's clearly some urgency in Washington to get bilateral talks on track with time running out on that 90-day pause on reciprocal tariffs. That was imposed on April 2nd. A draft letter sent to negotiating partners showed the administration wants countries to provide their best offer on trade negotiations by today, Wednesday, as officials try to accelerate talks with multiple partners. Perhaps pointedly, European Union sources said that they had not received the letter yet. China's factory activity shrinking in the month of May for the first time in 8 months, according to a private sector survey released this past day, indicating that U.S. tariffs are starting to directly hurt the manufacturing superpower, which, again, the intention is that'll bring them to the table. Let's sit down and work things out. All right, let's see. A crypto bet goes badly? It's no secret that Bitcoin and even meme coins like Doge have turned some traders, crypto traders that is, into millionaires. The opposite can sometimes happen, though, as James Wynn lost $100 million trading Bitcoin derivatives in just a few weeks' time. This makes us feel a little bit better about losing like $100 on a SpongeBob coin back in 2021. He was betting on big moves, apparently, in Bitcoin, but the coin ended up staying pretty much flat, which wiped out his entire account. $100 million? Of course, James Wynn, a very rich man, but $100 million is $100 million. Meanwhile, stablecoin, the company Circle, is rounding up investors. They're going to be going public this week. Demand is on an upward spiral. from 24 million to 32 million. Circle's valued at about 7 billion. It could be the largest crypto initial public offering since Coinbase launched. So there you go. 844-844-3388. All right. Eagle back on board. Mentioned earlier, you may want to discuss a bit about Vladimir Putin, the ongoing mess between Russia and Ukraine. Welcome back, Eagle.
Yeah, hello?
Hey, we got you. I thought you might have dozed off.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah, no, I'm still, I just got back on the phone, but yeah, I wanted to talk about, Steve, this situation that with Russia and North Korea. It seems like every week it's getting worse and worse for the U.S., involved in situations.
Is it possible to actually fall asleep instantly in mid-conversation? That's got to be a first. He actually dozed off while he was talking. All right, get some rest there, Eagle. That's incredible. Gotta love it, live. Obviously, he's not rolling down the highway. Let's pray. All right, see what's going on with Daryl this morning. Hey there, Daryl. How the heck are you?
Good morning, Steve. How's the family and how's Stryker?
Plugging away. Everybody doing all right. Stryker, we're still raring to get back to work, waiting for the green light.
Oh, my. I was listening to Pappy talk about the deaths and the accidents that he had traveled and worked with. And I've been a minister since 1965, so I get caught on the other side of the fence. I'm the guy that gets called when someone drowns or somebody gets in a house fire. Or I remember going to the coroner's office and helping a family identify a 16-year-old girl that was killed in a car accident in Preble County. And I tell you, that's the hardest thing that I ever did, was stand on one side of a body while the mom and dad pulled that sheet back and identified a 16-year-old daughter.
Wow.
And drownings was one of the hardest. I mean, there's just no explanation for parents when kids jump off of houseboats and then come up under the houseboat on Cumberland Lake and you never see them again. And suicides. Parents want to blame themselves, want to know what else they could have done. So I can identify with where he comes from because I know how painful it is helping people after that effect. And so that's why we ask people to wear safety belts and wear swim protection when you go out on the water so that these accidents don't happen. But we do our best to comfort them, but the 23rd Psalm don't always end the long ordeal for people. And you have, I'm sure, lost family members over the years, and you've seen good trucker friends be killed out on the highway. It's we try to comfort the best we can. Pastor Ramble and I hear Knuckle Buster trying to comfort people. I want to send out my prayers for Tennessee and for Knuckle Buster because I've been a caretaker for the last 2 years, and it gets long and hard sometimes helping a mate that you love. And thank you for sending me some sunshine today.
Yeah, how about that?
Did you get some work done outside?
I didn't do much. I needed to cut the grass, but I just wasn't feeling it yesterday. I don't know. I need to get it done today, but I think the rain's going to be coming.
Have you got the cover off of that pool yet?
I did not. Actually, it looks like the rain doesn't really get here till Thursday. So if I'm gonna get it done, I need to do it today. The cover's ready to come off. I got all the water drained off there, so I just need to rip it back and hope the water's clean.
Well, remember the 4th of July will be here soon. So
I know that. Yes.
You could have a big swim party on the 4th of July.
Yep.
You have a great night, and thanks for the show. I really enjoy what you do.
Thank you for being up with us night after night there, Daryl, and appreciate you doing what you do, being a part of the show, which others should do. It's 844-844-3388. All right, Michael, he's joined. He said, great to see and hear you, Steve. Where are you broadcasting from? Yeah, broadcasting from the secret bunker. Yeah, we're still based out of Cincinnati, Ohio there. Yes, that is correct. Yes, Michael just found us via YouTube. Good to have you back. Referencing Eagles call there. That's a first. Pappy said, I was about to say, he ain't fooling, buddy. No, buddy, he just woke up. Bless his heart. He hadn't woke up. He went right back to... That is a classic. One for the archives. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Yeah, I do know Eagle, he planned on commenting in regard to the Russia-Ukraine scenario, the latest developments there. Yeah, right on the heels of the surprise attack that devastated so many Russian military aircraft over the weekend. There's Sunday. Yet another event unfolding this past day, Tuesday. Retired General Wesley Clark said that Ukraine's drone attack could be a pretty significant blow in the ongoing war from a military logistics standpoint. Ukraine on Tuesday morning launched a surprise underwater attack against the Kerch Bridge, the bridge that links Crimea with Russia, that was described as a logistical artery to supply their troops. Clark said on the National Report the attack by Ukraine is potentially pretty significant. It could have some impact on Russia's plans for Crimea. There's another way Russians can get military supplies into Crimea, and Russia wants to build up supplies for a major strike in the fall against Odessa, so Crimea would be the staging ground for that. So if this strike actually disabled the bridge, which, reports are several spans of the bridge went down, it may or may not have really taken down a span of the bridge, but if it did, that's pretty significant. Now, when asked how Russia will respond to this attack on top of the drone strikes on Sunday, Clark said, first of all, Vladimir Putin will obviously tighten up internal security. He's going to have to do that airbase by airbase. Clark also predicted that the individuals, the persons responsible, will undoubtedly be sacked. That's the normal way Russia responds to these things. They'll be charged with criminal violations in some way. Now, I said military leaders will decry, how did these trucks with these drones and these explosives pass through the Russian port? How did they get onto the Telegram channel for control? Doesn't Russia monitor that? Putin's going to want to ask all these questions, but he's also going to respond harshly. He said you can bank on that is probably in the planning right now. And the normal way he does it is he attacks the energy infrastructure and populations. So Clark says he fully expects more strikes on Kyiv, on Kharkiv, on Dnipro, and Odessa. Kind of surprised they haven't yet even responded here several days out. But if I had to venture a guess, hold on tight because it's a-coming. Final hour just ahead here. Good to have you on board. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Family members of the man charged in the fire attack on Israeli hostage supporters in Colorado have been arrested by ICE. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem says the wife and 5 children of Mohammed Sabri Salaman have been taken into custody to find out if they were involved in that attack in Boulder.
If they had any knowledge of it or if they provided support to it.
They're being processed for expedited removal. Salaman is here illegally from Egypt and faces federal and state charges after at least 12 people were hurt in Sunday's attack. Police said Salaman dressed as a gardener to get close to protesters when he used a makeshift flamethrower and Molotov cocktails on the crowd. An international economic development agency is cutting economic growth forecasts for the U.S.
The Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development downgraded its predictions for U.S. growth this year from 2.2% to 1.6%, cited President Trump's tariff policies, economic uncertainty, a slowdown in immigration, and a smaller federal workforce. Global growth forecasts were also revised downward, although the slowdown is expected to be concentrated in North America. I'm Michael Cass.
Some taxpayers can expect to receive refunds this month.
While many have already received their 2024 tax returns, most who filed their taxes in May are receiving their refunds in June. According to the IRS, refunds for taxpayers who filed online and opted for direct deposit should generally arrive within 3 weeks, but the process could take longer if a check in the mail was requested. Taxpayers can track their refund status on the IRS's Where's My Refund tool and via the IRS To Go app. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 214 points. The S&P 500 added 34 points. The Nasdaq gained 156 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network, so yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Conservative Carol Nawrocki is the winner of Poland's weekend presidential runoff election.
According to the final vote count, Nawrocki won nearly 51% of the votes in a very tight race against liberal Warsaw Mayor Rafał Trzaskowski. The outcome suggests Poland can be expected to take a more populist and nationalist path under its new leader, who was backed by President Trump. Nawrocki succeeds Andrzej Duda, a conservative whose second and final term ends August 6th. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
President Trump is now threatening to fine the state of California for permitting a transgender athlete to compete in girls' sports.
It's a little harder this year. I mean, last year, everyone was like, no one cared. But this year, it's just different because all of a sudden everyone cares.
Trump made a Truth Social post on Monday night calling out Governor Gavin Newsom and saying large-scale fines will be imposed. It comes after 16-year-old A.B. Hernandez from Jurupa Valley High School won 2 medals in the girls' division at last weekend's state track and field championships in Clovis. Hernandez's participation in the track meet has prompted rule changes, federal investigations, and previous financial threats from President Trump. I'm Daniel Martindale.
A cup of coffee in the morning could help women stay healthy as they age.
Research out of Harvard University followed a group of 50,000 women for 30 years. Drinking coffee every morning was linked to staying mentally sharp and physically strong later in life. Decaf coffee and tea didn't have the same effect. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Just like that, here we go. Get that final hour underway on a hump day. Once again, it's 844-844-3388. Other industry headlines from CDL Life this past day. Authorities at the Port of Long Beach late last week seizing 55 tons of dicamyl peroxide. What's that? It is a chemical used to make methamphetamine. The shipment originated in China. It was destined for the Sinaloa drug cartel in Mexico. According to the news release, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, Customs and Border Protection, the dicamyl peroxide was identified as a result of an initiative launched by ICE several years ago, back in 2019 as a matter of fact, to identify suspicious shipments of chemical precursors from China, as well as India and other source countries that are destined for the drug cartels. Since that initiative was launched, it's led to the interdiction of almost 1,900 tons of chemicals used to manufacture methamphetamines and fentanyl. It was back in March. It led to the seizure of about 44 tons of glacial acetic acid. Yeah, that was at Port Houston, which was also destined for the Sinaloa cartel. Yeah, this initiative is proving to be a game-changing method to stay one step ahead of the cartels by disrupting the flow of these chemicals that they depend on to produce these illicit narcotics. Of course, the better initiative would be, as Trump had been trying to get the likes of Canada and other countries to stop the manufacturer of these chemical precursors, or allowing the shipments from ever coming out of the originating country. Meanwhile, got an update on, this is another thing we were planning to kind of touch on a bit more with Pappy this morning, but the auto pen pardons. There's a number of people that may be under the microscope. Got an update from the Justice Department this past day that said he's been directed to investigate clemency granted by Joe Biden in the waning days of his presidency to members of the family and some of those death row inmates. Ed Martin is the Justice Department's pardon attorney, writing in an email that the investigation is underway that involves whether Biden was actually competent and whether others were actually taking advantage of him through the use of the auto pen or other means for that matter. We know the auto pen, a device used to automatically affix a signature to a document. Trump and many supporters have made a variety of claims that Biden's use while president invalidated his actions or suggested that he wasn't even aware of these actions in many cases. It's not known whether Biden used auto pens on pardons. The email stated Martin's investigation is focused on preemptive pardons that Biden issued to several members of his family, as well as the clemency that spared 37 federal inmates from the death penalty, converting their sentences to life in prison, just before he relinquished the presidency to Trump January 20. Now, Biden pardoned 5 members of his family, saying he wanted to protect them from future politically motivated investigations. Of course, to his siblings, James Biden, Frank Biden, and Valerie Biden Owens, as well as their spouses, John Owens and Sarah Biden. On December 1, of course, he had pardoned his son Hunter, who had pleaded guilty to tax violations and was convicted on firearms-related charges. Now, Martin's email didn't specify which pardons of Biden family members were being investigated. It did not make clear who directed Martin to launch the investigations. Justice Department spokesperson did not immediately respond to a request for comment. But the U.S. Constitution gives the president rather broad power to issue pardons, to wipe away federal criminal convictions or commutations, to modify sentences. Trump himself made extensive use of that executive clemency, granting clemency for January 20, nearly 1,600 who participated on that day. Martin told reporters that he viewed the presidential pardon power as plenary, meaning that it's absolute. Now, if you use the auto pen for pardon power, I don't think that's necessarily a problem, he said at the time. At the time, he said he still felt that the Biden pardons warranted some additional scrutiny, though. The investigation appears designed to use the Department of Justice to amplify questions about Biden's health and mental acuity. A conversation that has intensified following the cancer diagnosis and that new book revealing even Democrat concerns last year about his condition. All right. Justice Department memo from 2005 found it was legitimate for a subordinate, they say, to use an auto pen for the president's signature. Don't know where the investigation will go, but that is currently where things stand on that particular category. 844-844-3388. Hello to Vic. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Steve. There, I'll get to explaining my motivation there. I appreciate Pappy's call. But what you were just talking about, do you think with the auto pen thing, do you think maybe that's why Kamala Harris never invoked the 25th Amendment? Because these people could do what would be considered elder abuse in the out in the civilian world or real world. And I don't know how many old movies that you ever watched to where that the ailing elderly person was tricked into signing away the ranch or something of that nature. So maybe these people thought, hey, we got this guy as president, but we're controlling everything he does, so we can just really sweep everything clean and protect ourselves. And that way, Kamala doesn't have to pardon anybody or anything of that nature.
Mm-hmm.
And who knows, maybe she can win the next election. That's just kind of a thought there. And that bridge you were talking about there, Ukraine and Russia, I guess it's a little bit hard to explain, but as Pappy was talking about looking at these houses and stuff and all that he had built and everything, people kind of admire that type of work that are in that kind of, whatever it is, building anything, architects or anything of that nature. And I was afraid all along that they were going to somehow destroy that bridge. And it is an engineering marvel, and it's a rather lengthy bridge. That went from Russia over to Ukraine over to Crimea after they took over, after the Russians took over Crimea. And I know they blew a hole in it at some place, and it was still standing. I don't know. It would take quite a bit to take it down, but sometime, it can happen. And I mean, there are so many bridges all around the world, and even here in the United States, when you look and see what all they had to do to build that bridge, and you think of all the people traveling across it and their life depending on it. I mean, it's just one of those things that, while I never did anything of that nature, I did a world of earthworks and dams and everything else. And when you get done, you just, like Pappy said, you have a certain sense of pride. But the reason I was curious, I have family that's in both the construction type stuff and in law enforcement work, and probably the one that people would probably be most familiar with was I have a distant relative that was in on the Ted Bundy serial task force, and he actually chased people all the way across the United States, and he was part of that serial task force. And then there are others that are, like county sheriffs and one thing and another. But I just couldn't really understand the people that I knew that are involved in construction. Most of them didn't have a lot of interest in law enforcement. And then the other thing is the people in law enforcement usually didn't have a lot of interest in actually the construction of it. But he he explained that because construction is a cold, very cold work in the wintertime, and also it's very hot in the summertime. And I guess he was working non-union, because he's mentioned about not getting paid. A lot of those union jobs, you get paid in inclement weather. You have to show up on the job, I think, be there for like maybe 2 hours or so, and then you'll get paid for the full day. But you really don't have to do any work. You just have to show up, for a couple hours. And if they say, hey, this isn't fit to do whatever, then that's why, they can get paid. And as to the modern day construction, they don't even use particle board on the house. Where they used to use what was called CDX plywood, which is basically exterior plywood, and you'd see them frame up a house, and that was rigid, and it's all locked together. Well, now they actually use a product called Tyvek. And it's almost, to me, it looks almost like styrofoam. People say, oh, no, it has this sort of insulation, value and everything else. Well, when you see those commercials on TV where they're blowing that foam insulation inside the walls, most of these houses don't even have insulation in them. And the only CDX plywood that they used when they built like this house and all the others in the neighborhood, it's a gable. They have plywood up on a gable, and it is mounted sideways. It's not mounted up and down, and tied into each stud up there, or each truss, I guess you would say, for the roof, and on the corners of the floor level or sub level of the house. So it's it's I don't know. It's very poor construction. I just leave it at that, and that's what I was going to say. But I'm one of these people when I had to travel and stuff, I could sit in the airport and watch people and just wonder what I was a kind of a people watcher. And then later on when I did like different personnel work and stuff, I was always curious as to what somebody's motivation was, because sometimes people, it's like, hey, any old port in a storm, or was one guy I knew one night he was driving for Dollar General, and that's before I was even on the road or anything, and they had those old cab over trucks, and him and another guy was talking on a CB, and they were asking him how'd you get that guy? He said, oh, this is just one of those do better jobs. He said, you just take it until you can do better. So that was, he wanted to be a truck driver, but he knew there were better jobs out there, and he was just going to do anything to keep going until he could find a better job. That's just one of the motivations. And I've really had some strange interviews. And then the other thing was, whenever they were talking about the homicides, when I was in the reserve unit up there in Chicago, there were a lot of Chicago cops that were in there, and they were having to go to Loyola University to get their law degree, because things had gotten so complicated there in the 70s as far as all the police work and all that. And I don't know what all your sons have to go through, but I mean, they actually got a law degree, but today there are so many laws and attitudes and everything else that, I mean, they really can't relax, or you never know, what's going to pop up, the type of people you're going to run into. And you might be a lawsuit, or you might get shot over the strangest of things, just basically nothing, and nothing issue. So that was kind of it. It just kind of struck me as odd that someone would go all the way from construction over into all. So I appreciate Pappy kind of explaining that. And but on a more modern note, there, how are they keeping your son, Stryker? How are they keeping him primed for work and everything? Or is he just been that well trained? Or
well, they've been going back to training, I guess, so with other officers and whatnot. So he has been doing the training, just hasn't been. I guess Stephen hasn't been cleared to actually take him back out of the job. He's actually out there patrolling, just without the canine.
Oh, okay.
So he's back to work. Just can't have the doggy with him right now.
Oh, okay. Well, on the canine situation, they retired a Indiana State Police canine here. Gosh, that's been almost a year ago now. That he was on a patrol with his officer there, and he got shot. A person, shot at both of them, and they thought that he had gotten killed or something. He ran away, and he was gone for like 6 or 7 months, and then he comes back, and they found out he had a bullet in him, and they showed him on TV, and that was with his officer and his officer, and that dog, it was interesting. He was beside the police officer, between the, up there in the front seat there where they had it set up, and that dog was just looking straight ahead through that windshield, like, okay, I'm ready to go back to work. And his name was Apache, and it just struck me as I don't know how to say it, but how demonstrative that was of that dog. He knew what his work was to do, and he was still loyal to his master. I mean, it's just they're amazing animals. They really are. So anyway, with that, I'll let you go there, Steve.
All right. Yes, and Yeah, Stryker is ready to go back to work.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, the search is on for Ed. That's the name of the zebra. The runaway zebra named Ed. He's on the lam. Actually caused a traffic jam on Interstate 24 several days ago, according to the Rutherford County Sheriff's spokesman, but he hasn't been captured yet. Deputies and the family that owns the zebra still looking for the animal. The owner of the missing zebra notified the Rutherford County Sheriff's Office dispatch that the animal was still at large as of Monday afternoon. Several professional tracking groups have joined in the search, and there was supposedly a canine search that was scheduled for yesterday. Now, they said anyone seen the zebra, let authorities handle the animal, which is known for strength, even though it's smaller than a typical horse. According to a spokesman with the Nashville Zoo, their kick, he says, can crush a lion's skull. In defense, if they're cornered, they're going to defend themselves. It can be dangerous. He said you want to stay clear of the animal. The escaped animal is known as a plains zebra, just like the 2 that are part of the collection at the Nashville Zoo. Apparently, zebras are legal to own in Tennessee. Said anyone interested in buying a zebra should research the animal before making a purchase. Just like humans and other animals, zebras can range in temperament from being very docile to very ornery. And they need space to roam just like horses. But yeah, several days ago it was spotted actually running along both sides of Interstate 24. All right. Caught on video, and I was watching some of that video here just a bit ago. Zebra on the side of the highway. He was actually at one point running down on the asphalt and kind of slipped, almost went down, but all I know, he was hightailing it. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. We get a news update.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Toxic heavy metals such as arsenic, cadmium, lead, and mercury are being found in popular rice brands.
A study by Healthy Babies Bright Futures tested 145 rice samples from various stores in 20 metropolitan areas. Arsenic was found in all samples, and the study highlighted that brown rice showed the highest levels of heavy metals. I'm Brian Shook.
Disney is laying off several hundred employees.
That's according to Deadline, which reported most of the layoffs are across divisions of Disney Entertainment, with corporate financial operations also being impacted. Just under 200 employees from ABC News Group and Disney's entertainment networks were let go in early March. The layoffs are part of an ongoing cost-cutting process. I'm Mark Mayfield.
At the closing bell, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose 214 points. The S&P 500 added 34 points. The Nasdaq gained 156 points. I'm Kristen Marks.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you for listening to this radio show. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. For nearly 40 years, Carl Amari has been licensing the rights to classic radio shows, including Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, My Favorite Husband, Dragnet, The Lone Ranger, and many more. Today, Carl has over 100,000 classic radio shows, and because he works with the owners and estates, they provide the master recordings, which are superior sound quality. 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, quickly had an update on discussions with Iran. According to this report, the U.S. will reportedly allow Iran to enrich civilian-grade uranium in this proposed deal, which would be a major concession from American negotiators, according to Axios. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff reportedly offered the deal this past weekend, with the proposal apparently including provisions to restrict uranium enrichment to civilian-grade 3% purity, and only in strictly above-ground sites, and also to allow oversight from the International Atomic Energy Association. According to several sources, administration officials had previously insisted that any possible deal with Iran would not permit domestic enrichment. Now, sanctions relief for Iran reportedly would only be provided if Iran demonstrates real commitment to staying within the U.S. and IAEA guidelines. Their stockpile of 60% purity uranium, which is enriched close to the roughly 90% levels needed for weapons grade, has risen to 408.6 kilograms, according to a IAEA report. Tehran has the capability to make nuclear weapons in about 3 weeks' time, with its stockpiles of near weapons-grade uranium. Now, that was the statement back in February. At this point, some say they may have already developed a nuclear weapon, and if they haven't, it within days could. So where it goes, that's just the update again from Axios this past day. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls. I think, Eagle, did we wake up? Welcome back, Eagle. Or did we? He dozed off again. Well, it's been a few days. Gilligan, how we doing?
Oh, I'm doing all right, Steve. Just driving up 81, eating my Reese's Cups. Yeah, I tell you what, I think got to give Eagle credit. He's a faithful listener.
Yeah.
Of course, I think he listens most of the time in his sleep.
Yeah.
Today, at least he's listening. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, we're only going to let you enrich that uranium to 3%. We've already got how many kilograms of 60% uranium? How that anybody would trust the Iranians is beyond me. The atomic, it's like people from the UN, the Atomic Energy Group and everything, they just want more and more war. That's what they want. It's like turmoil. Well, we're here for peace. We're trying to get peace in the world. But what you're doing is causing more war. It's like the Democrats. Well, we're trying to get people out of poverty, but the results of your programs is it puts more people in poverty. But that ain't what we're trying to do. Yeah, but look at results. You'll never make a liberal understand all these welfare programs. Well, I'm not going to say there should be programs to help people out. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a heartless person. Somebody's down and out, you're darn right. I believe in a hand up, like I'm sure most of your listeners do. But a handout and want to keep that person down, I disagree with that. Look at the work ethic of a lot of Americans today. It is sorely lacking. I mean, it's atrocious. My daughter, as many of you listeners know, works for the West Virginia State Police. She's a dispatcher. Some of the calls she gets, it's like there's people out there that they're just waiting for somebody to come along and give them a hand, and if they don't get it, they're going to commit a crime to get what they want. You know, I know a man I went to school with. Now, she can't go into the details, but there is a site that you can look up. He's the same age as I am. He's either 57 or 8 years old, and his police record is 42 pages long. When my class graduated high school, he quit in 10th grade. When the night we graduated, he broke into a local elementary school and stole a bunch of computers. 1985, boy, them things were really nice. You know, I mean, back then, computers, you couldn't really do anything with them hardly. So, that's how he started his career off as a criminal. Well, Steve, I was listening to Daryl there earlier, by the way. I'm sure glad to hear you're hosting the pool party this year for Independence Day.
Right.
That's really nice of you. Hell, yeah. I spoke to Charlie. Charlie's all on board. I'm sure Ray will be on board. We'll see who else we can drag over there. Yeah, I'll tell you what, Knuckle Buster, you need to show up. I'll bring plenty of cough medicine. I'll bring some old German beer for those that can't handle the hard stuff. And just for Knuckle Buster, I'll bring some possum bologna.
Oh boy!
Make sandwiches. Yeah, I'm sure Knuckle Buster would love that possum bologna. You know, he's all after the bologna, so I'll make an extra batch just for Knuckle Buster. Well, Steve, that's about all I got. I hope everybody has a safe night and take care.
All right, thanks for checking in there, Gilligan. I guess his week is officially underway, right? As they say. Dennis said Eagle might want to get tested for narcolepsy. Honestly, that's a first. I've never known anyone that could actually fall asleep mid-sentence. That was awesome. As far as the auto pen, Pappy said, the word is criminals were paying anywhere from $100,000 to $300,000 for a forged pardon signed via the auto pen. And Biden knew nothing about the scam, but his aides, they say, were making big bucks, big time moolah. I mean, how many pardons were signed? I had lost track, but there were thousands and thousands of them. We'll see where that investigation goes. Now, as far as trusting your government, wow. Here's another black eye. Don't trust the government. An investigator with the Government Accountability Project over the past weekend said while the people of East Palestine, Ohio, were dealing with the aftermath of that train derailment that had launched the cloud of toxic vinyl chloride into the air and the water, causing dead fish to float up from the river, the Biden administration was discussing internally whether to release to the public a report detailing the event may have caused cancer clusters. Pacey's tells News Nation an unmet needs report taken by a FEMA official showed the agency knew health care was the number one issue. They had obtained FEMA documents via Freedom of Information Act request. They showed extensive coordination between the Emergency Management Agency, the White House, the National Security Council, the EPA, and the Justice Department, all voicing concerns about the residents' health there. But they chose not to tell the public. Notably, during his 2024 campaign, President Biden had been scheduled to visit East Palestine, but never did. They also knew that they called this plume a really toxic plume. They knew there would be the potential for cancer clusters. Now, FEMA said at the time the occurrence of a cancer cluster in East Palestine is not zero. noted the need for a tripwire to identify cancer clusters. It was only discussed internally, and it actually was discussed all the way up to the White House. There's White House officials and National Security Council officials discussing the dangers of the cancer cluster potential and the health issues, and discussing whether or not to release the unmet needs report to the public or the media. That report, never released to the public, followed after FEMA executive Jim McPherson visited East Palestine in September of 23 to get first-hand access to the damage to the community there. He said residents had nicknamed McPherson as the Ghost of October because they were expecting him to be there in October, but could never get a hold of him. News Nation had obtained an email showing that McPherson was instructed not to engage with residents. Yeah, we're supposed to believe that's not how our country runs. According to East Palestine resident, I'm starting to see that's how our country apparently is always run. Department of Homeland Security spokesperson commented on the affair, stating that emails of FEMA ignoring a potential cancer cluster breakout in East Palestine, Ohio, under the Biden administration is yet another outrageous example of the gross mismanagement and poor treatment of Americans under the prior administration. Add this debacle to the long list of FEMA failures, ignoring sexual assault claims in Hawaii, a complete inadequate response to Hurricane Helene in western North Carolina, spending hundreds of millions of dollars to house illegal aliens, including Laken Riley's killer. Yeah, this will never happen again under the leadership of President Trump and Secretary Noem, was the statement. All right, there is the Knuckle Buster. Welcome back. How about a possum bologna sandwich?
A possum bologna sandwich? No, I don't think so. Got a big cow or I'm not going to eat it. That chicken and pork. I just can't handle that. Well, simplified shout out Truck and Field, Captain Ron, and all them other Marines out there. Well, you know, it's, what day is it, Steve? It's Wednesday, right? Oh, Horse Feathers did make it official hump day, right?
Oh, yes, sir, he did, yes.
All right. Well, it's always going to be Wednesday to me. We got Totally Terrific Tuesday and Totally Terrific Thursdays in there, too. So, but my best day is Friday because that's the end of the week there, right?
The greatest day of the week.
Absolutely, there. Well, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret products, some Seville products, some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive products, and see, you know, it takes 6 men to carry a man to his grave, but only takes one woman to put him there. And that's all my bull on it for today.
Mm-hmm. Don't let Tennessee hear you talking like that, Knucklebuster. All right, what else do we have in the mix here? Supreme Court ruling destroys Biden's parole scheme? Since returning to office, President Trump has faced relentless roadblocks. One left-wing judge after another tried to thwart his deportation plans. Amid these ongoing battles, the Supreme Court last Friday handed Trump a massive win in his crusade to end the former Biden administration's illegal immigration crisis. Under Biden, the federal government has substantially expanded what they call their parole program. Established their CHNV, which allowed 30,000 individuals per month from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, Venezuela to come into the U.S. Parolees without a lawful basis to remain in the United States following this termination of the CHNV parole programs must depart the U.S., before their parole termination date. The Trump administration indicated their plan to terminate the program shortly after Inauguration Day. The Supreme Court has now cleared a path for the administration to revoke deportation protection from more than 500,000 foreign nationals that were enrolled in that program. The court's order did not include an explanation for its decision. Two justices, Katanya Brown Jackson and Sonia Sotomayor, dissented from this. Jackson wrote in her 8-page dissenting opinion that the Supreme Court moves would unleash devastation and result in having the lives of 500,000 migrants unravel all around us before the courts decide their legal claims. The ongoing case will now proceed to the U.S. Court of Appeals for the First Circuit in Boston. Under the Biden administration, Homeland Security had paused the CHNV program last year after a bombshell report found rampant fraud. The program requires beneficiaries to apply with a U.S.-based sponsor. However, those sponsors did not have to be citizens. Some sponsors had used the same Social Security numbers, addresses, and phone numbers on hundreds of applications. In March, Department of Homeland Security announced they're going to terminate the program, giving beneficiaries 30 days to apply for legal status or self-deport. Parolees without a lawful basis to remain in the U.S. following the termination of this program must depart the U.S. before their parole termination date. Homeland Security called the program unnecessary to achieve the administration's border security goals. So then it went to the district court in Massachusetts. They had a preliminary injunction against the termination of the program. Ultimately, the Supreme Court's latest ruling, removing the stay order, is a significant win for the Trump administration that will now allow it to eliminate the deportation protections and other benefits, including the program's 2-year work permits. So 500,000 individuals. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Yeah, of course, by now you know that the month of June is known as Pride Month. Yeah, an entire month. Some say, why is it veterans get one day and Pride gets an entire month? But unlike the previous administration, the Trump administration will not be recognizing Pride Month in any form or fashion. As a matter of fact, actually quite the opposite, where the Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has directed the U.S. Navy to actually rename the USNS Harvey Milk, stripping the vessel of its dedication to the gay rights icon in a move tied to the current military leadership priorities. And it was, they come out and admit, it was actually designed, it was timed to actually coincide with Pride Month. According to military.com, memorandum from the Office of the Secretary of the Navy details rolled out plans for renaming the Oiler-class ship. Issued by Hegseth, executed by Navy Secretary John Phelan, according to a defense official confirming the order. The announcement, the timing scheduled for June 13 was indeed intentional, meant to align with Pride Month. The renaming is meant to ensure alignment with the President and the Secretary of Defense objectives and the Secretary of Navy priorities of reestablishing the war culture, reinforcing President Trump, Hegseth, and Phelan after being posthumously awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom back in 2009. Harvey Milk became one of the first openly gay elected officials in U.S. history when he won that seat on San Francisco's Board of Supervisors, 1977, assassinated then in 1978, shortly after spearheading a landmark ordinance banning housing and employment discrimination based on sexual orientation. Served in the Navy during the Korean War as a diving officer aboard the USS Kittiwake, yet leaving the service 1955 as a lieutenant junior grade with the less than honorable discharge after being questioned about his sexual orientation. But interesting, yes. Yeah, actually timed to coincide here with Pride Month. But we close it out here on a Wednesday. Have a great day. Hump Day. We'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern tonight for our next edition.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but